What is that, dude? What did I click? All right, I typed in the wrong. Sorry.
Testing, testing. Oh, yeah. Okay. Cool. I'm straight. I'm straight. To work on my posture.
Test, 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 test.
Quest, your audio is not coming
Just,
through.
just good. I can hear you, Quest. So I don't know what.
On the stream.
Oh.
Okay. Do I have the right inputs? I do. So what's good?
I do.
I just heard you. Yeah.
I do.
Wait, it stopped. I think. Seems to have cut out again.
I do.
I just heard you. Yeah.
I do.
Wait, it stopped. I think. Seems to have cut out again.
I do.
I just heard you. Yeah.
I can still hear it on my end. Back, back, back. Back, back. Okay. It should be. I'm seeing it move.
Is this a Discord issue? Or is it?
Check, check, check. Oh,
Oh, the audio meter in general is for Discord.
When I'm in like the Discord test thing, it moves. That's me. If you can still see me or hear me, which you can't hear me, I don't think. But that's me moving it.
that's weird.
You were testing audio, and the test feeds it. I don't know, but I realized like I had an audio issue earlier, and there's a reset button at the bottom, so you could like reset the settings all the way, and it worked for me. I don't know exactly why. You scroll all the way down, I think, yeah, in voice and video. If you scroll all the way to the bottom, it says like reset audio settings.
Okay. Uh-uh. Okay. It's working at testing.
We can hear you now. Uh, all right. We've experienced this before, right? I certainly don't remember the solution. The crazy thing is it's exporting all the other audio from Discord, just not yours. Why are they even separated in a way?
Yeah.
Oh, uh, It's no, I'm thinking maybe it's sending your input to the wrong location. Like maybe it's not completely muting you out. Maybe it's going somewhere else. But I don't know why it would be routing your input.
You have a certain certain certain. Wait, is it moving now? Is that me moving it? Let me get out of this. Is it moving now? I think it's moving now. Is that me? It's kind of hard to tell. You guys still hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Ace, are you still there?
Yeah.
What the heck? I thought you weren't there. Can you check the YouTube to see if I'm... That was funny. I think I just have to go back. I think I just have to go into my audio capture tool.
Yeah, you're coming up now.
Perfection. I'm glad that didn't take an hour. Just took a long time. Okay, give me my camera again. Okay. If you're listening to any of this on YouTube, I'm so sorry. You are
It's
a poor.
fine, man. People be taking forever to start this.
This is true, but we gotta be better. We gotta be better than that.
Nah, it's the norm.
Okay, nice. Okay, now that you guys can hear me and YouTube can hear me, you were good, Wes. You were good, Ghost. I was gonna make a joke about your mic orientation, but the joke is way past gone. Ace, how do you sound?
Check, check, check. How do I sound? Do I sound okay?
Yes,
Is
you
my
sound
volume
good.
good? All right.
You also are in a questionable orientation and lighting, but it's fine.
Yeah, my lighting is rough.
Do you have a desk lamp?
Yes, it's on and shining right at my.
Fair enough. And
Well,
how do I?
a couple like it's a little bit of word dropping on your part, Ace. So I think
Oh
slightly, unless
no.
that's my.
It was happening a lot last pod. I don't know. I think it's a little better this time around, but
Is
I
it
tend to-
volume? Like is it
I
volume
It's kind of
related?
I don't know. It might be, but it's just like it.
sensitivity, maybe. I'm not sure.
Which
Mm,
mic
I
are you
think
using?
Yeah, like you just
the
had some
same one.
drop right there.
The same one I used at the
The live podcast.
yeah.
The live one.
I don't have
Sensitivity.
Maybe you could turn off. Maybe turn off. Yeah, or turn up the sensitivity, or turn off
Check.
cancellation or something.
If you're talking, we cannot hear you.
Nah,
But you must be testing it. Sorry.
Oh, maybe, but it doesn't show that he's muted.
Oh, you're right. Dang. That's why we need you when it comes to audio stuff.
We don't hear you at all. Maybe I just messed it up.
Now you can wait. You
Okay,
know
now
you're
he's
muted.
testing.
Don't play that.
No, he tested it.
We can't hear anything from you.
Then now you're gone.
Check, check, check. Can you hear me?
All right, we hear you.
Yeah.
We hear you again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I tried to turn off the sensitivity. Oh, I did the opposite.
Turn up to the
Yes.
sensitivity.
Okay.
Desensitized.
Can you still hear? Yeah, you can still hear me, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay, so I turned the sensitivity to 0, so you should be able to hear me, or there should be
Yeah, I
no
don't hear
clipping for volume anymore.
Correct.
And
It sounds better.
okay,
Yay. And then last but not least, how do I sound? Is my volume appropriate and is it clear? Do I sound clear?
yep.
Your
Sounds
mic
good.
orientation could be a little better, but you sound fine.
Okay, I love the energy. I like that. Okay, so look, without further delay, I kind of want to intro this before we turn on this. Oh wait, no, don't intro that because my door. Hold on, I need to pop out this in Discord, and then I need to full screen it. Okay, and I hope the orientation is right. I hope we're still in the same boxes. But anyway, um, yeah, I mean, whatever, doesn't matter. Drop something in the chat. Make sure that's working whenever you get a second, Ace. But I guess we'll just jump right into this. I didn't really announce it or anything, but it really didn't matter because we just did a recent thing. But face camps tonight, or camps tonight, in case anyone wants to stand up and do a jiggy, a jug rather. It's not just face. So I guess we'll just go here and see if it even works. It's a little off center. That's good enough. Who cares? You can let me know how it looks on YouTube, Ace. Anyway, actually, I'll wait till you confirm how it looks. Kind of want to fix one slight thing. Go, ghost window. Oh no. Yeesh. Might make things worse. And then go to the naming convention. My apologies for anyone who doesn't really like clicking. But we must do what we do. Okay. Audio should be good. Visuals should be what they are. You bear with us, or us bear with us. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back, guys, to the Be Warned and Be Filled podcast. We're back. We're back, and we have everyone here. We got the guys, the crew, the La Familia. We got Ace.
So,
We got Wes.
Yo.
We got Ghost. We got Ghost.
What's good? Did you not hear me?
No, we didn't.
No.
And we got myself, QuestLando. There's always something.
Micro
Got-
orientation.
Guys, how are y'all doing? How are y'all feeling?
pretty good.
Feeling all right.
Could be worse.
Nice. That's so you know everyone's here in their authentic selves. And now, if you're even slightly familiar with how we do things, well, I guess I should roll it back a bit. At the time of recording, it is December 30th, 2023. We've made it through another calendar year. Salute to us. Salute to everyone that didn't, I guess. And if you're familiar with us even a bit and how we do things here, typically we go through several topics, several stories of things that happened in the culture, in the news, in the world. Break it down, try to have deep dive conversation, and see if we can glean some advice that we can gather from the respective topic. But on the last podcast of the year, we throw out all of that. We are guys, men of taste. Let me not be us. We have our favorites of movies, of music, of shows, of so on and so forth. So we like to just go down that I don't know about memory lane, but go down that lane and share with y'all, as well as go over some of the major events of the year 2023. Depending on your perspective, the year, particularly this year, came with a lot of good news, a lot of bad news, a lot of heartbreak, a lot of what's the opposite of heartbreak? A lot of love. I don't know. So we'll go over all of that, highlights, lowlights. We really just want to give a breakdown. If you're looking for the most interesting breakdown of the year 2023, you're gonna get it right here, right now. And obviously, MFC is about to be trash. But anyway, yeah, I guess that's like the best intro to this podcast I can think of. But I guess still sticking with the normal some of the usual stuff. Um, in the description below, you can find our socials. Make sure to follow us on social media, especially myself at QuestLando on IG and X/Twitter. And after we get to editing the video and fixing up some stuff, we'll be able to find timestamps below so you can just jump to respective topics or things that we're going over. And then also if you prefer shorter videos, we again after we edit videos and go back and adjust things, you'll be able to find shorter versions of our content. If you want to just jump to if you want to just watch a video on a specific topic, you can go to that directly. And we have dope thumbnails thanks to our very own Wes. I think I'm pointing in the right location too. Nice. Now I don't think I'm forgetting anything. There's really not too much to forget. This is like a nice relatively free flow. We're just kind of shooting the shot and talking about stuff for 2023. So it's all just for the love of it. More so even just for our data purposes. Later you'll see what I'm talking about. We have a nice I would like to say Excel table, but we got a nice table. We got a nice table where we compile all our information. But before we jump into all of that, we got to go over one other set of data, piece of data. We mentioned before, but Spotify Raps. I know everyone kind of went through theirs already. Everybody listened to Drake, Bad Bunny, Thames. I don't know who's the most popular artist, but here we'll get the B1 and B filled ones. We'll start off with that since we didn't have a chance to do that previously. That sound good? Am I forgetting anything?
Nope.
Don't
Yeah,
think so.
sounds good.
Okay, so now I will go back here for a second. We're not starting soon. Open up this. Then go back to here. You might want to put that in. Is there like a slideshow version?
That's
Or
what
is
I'm
that
trying
the
to figure
slideshow
out, but I
version?
don't even see the bar at the top. What?
You tried F5? Is it F5?
I tried F11 is to.
This is a full screen for
Isn't one of those
browser.
doesn't one of those just crash your computer?
I think
Hold
F5 just
Alt
refreshed
F4.
it.
Oh,
That's crazy. We're gonna be on here with the non-full screen.
I don't know why it's doing this. Hold up.
For this
Hold up.
brief intermission, we don't hear any hum or anything from Ace, right? Because I just noticed that with his sensitivity down, thing is always green. I'm not really hearing anything, so it seems to be okay.
you know what's interesting? I feel
I
as if
My laptop
don't.
is going crazy right now.
I feel as if mine is always green.
I don't hear anything from you, Ace.
The good
Yeah,
thing is we
actually, I
have the
don't know.
cam, so it doesn't matter as much.
Yeah, that's true. You can actually see us. I guess if you're watching this or you watch it in the future, let us know what you think about. I mean, I know it's like the standard for podcasts if they're doing it virtually to have the cams and everything. A lot of people are actually doing VTubing these days. We might. No, I'm joking. But we definitely have our own little style. So we might play around sometimes, do the cam, sometimes just do it regular. But we're also interested in
Explain that
feed.
for the Luddites.
Oh, a
V2?
VTube is like just a cartoon model that moves when you
Oh,
move. So if you're talking, the model will talk.
got it.
Are we good here, Ace? That don't
One
look like
second.
don't look like slideshow mode.
1 second.
Maybe I should have like a. Oh wait, last time I said a be right back thing, it jacked it up. So I'm not necessarily. You can have an intermission thing though.
we'll just take this time to say how horrible the G Suite of applications is.
Okay.
I don't
It's
understand,
free, bro. You can't complain about free.
but it's unnecessarily bad. There's things
I
that
I
just
don't nah. I think you're being a
it's
little
unnecessary.
dramatic.
It could be
You're
better.
comparing it to the
The layout
Outlook
is
suite.
horrible.
You're
They hide
being dramatic.
That
necessary
looks good.
I
It's
tools.
it's
study.
the relativity. It's
Open
free,
Office, Open Office is free. It's way
but
better.
Open Office doesn't have the functionality
It's
of
not cloud.
Yeah,
Yeah. But that
exactly.
doesn't mean it has to be bad. Anyway, I think we're good. So
Yeah.
Fair enough. Okay, now that that's good, we will go here and disregard the names because whenever OBS loves to switch up where it puts the names relative to where the people are or we are. So I don't think Spotify rap needs an introduction. Everybody uses Spotify or some type of streaming service in this day and age, and they all copy Spotify and do some type of recap. So again, this is ours for 2023. We also made this ourselves. But I guess we'll just go through it. And while y'all going through, I can fix some of the stuff here. Um, uh, nice. I like that. If you may not recall, we had our good brother CJ on the podcast recently, and he also did Spotify Wrapped. Salute to CJ. But unfortunately, he's not here with us tonight. So we're actually gonna go ahead and Euro step right past his info. But I guess if y'all are interested, we can look through it real quick, see what the good brother listens to or has been consuming throughout this year. 102 genres. I wonder if that's a lot comparatively.
We'll see.
His top genre was rap, pop, trap, alternative metal, and Afrobeats. Sounds standard.
Respectable.
Now this is interesting. I kind of like, and as much as I hate on Spotify, I do like that they like this. So apparently, depending on the type of music consumed, it kind of maps to where people who listen to the similar or the same type of music would be like central located. If I'm understanding this correctly, that's what it's trying to illustrate.
Yeah,
yeah,
I think that's what it is.
So apparently, he'd find a lot of musical companions in Tempe, USA. It looks like Cali. I
He's
can't
in
even remember.
Arizona, I think.
Oh, fair enough.
yeah.
Fair enough. He listened to. Oh yeah, we should keep track of some of this crud.
That's a
Somebody,
lot. I'm pretty sure that's a lot.
somebody on the side, write that down. Write that down. Write that down. He listened to 53,141 minutes, which equates to 31 days of music, which is a month
36.
plus. Oh, 31, 36, sorry. 36 days. A month and some change. That's impressive. Your top song was SOS. Who? Omega Law?
Yeah, no clue.
Well, we
Nope.
can't say no one say any slander or praise because we don't know. But let's do it 9 times. His top song was of course that SOS record, "The Best Part of Life" by St. John. No Oda by Cranium. Salute to all my regular August. Party Girl by Charlie on the Friday and First Time by August Alsina. Salute to August Alsina. That's funny. They listened to 1,620 artists this year. Again, someone write that down. And their top artist was K Camp, which salute to K Camp. They get a lot of praise. Well, people that actually do listen to them, and they would be in the top 0.5% of people that listen to them. I want to meet the person that's in like a top like 1% of that listen to an artist. I want to meet someone like that.
No,
This is better.
It's better. Yeah.
What do you mean?
The smaller the number, the like the higher you are as far as being in the top echelon of people who listen to the artist. So
It's like
point one would be worse than
Less
point oh
overfame.
five. Yeah, yeah, yeah,
okay. So if you let me just wrap my brain. So if you're in like the top 99% that listen to an artist, that means they
99% of
You just
the people on the
subtract one
platform
from that
listen to.
number. It's inverse.
Yeah, but
You don't remember your
99%.
fractions, bro?
no. I'm just trying to listen. We're all
No, no,
smart here,
it's
but
that
I'm
I'm just trying to
99.
joking.
I'm just trying to rationalize the logic.
Like, okay, if somebody listened to a couple of Drake songs in the year, they'd probably be in his top 99 because almost everybody has listened to a couple of Drake songs this year.
I think I got it. You could think of
Yeah,
it like
so
this.
you
There's only or 0.05% of all listeners listen as much as you do.
Or more.
so
Or
you're
Yeah,
in the
yeah,
more.
as much or more than you do.
99.95 percentile of listeners. If you want to look at
Yeah,
it like
yeah.
that.
So 99 point what is it?
95,
99
sorry.
point
Yeah, 9
yeah,
5.
95% or yeah, percent of other people, other listeners listen less than you do.
Okay. So what's the max a person could be at?
I think
It's
it's
infinite.
0.001% they go up to on Spotify.
We may see a couple more zeros from me, but we'll see.
Fair enough. Um, yeah, write that down to the top artists. Um, what else? Their top five top artists: K Camp,
Machine
Drake,
Gun.
Mike, Machine Gun Kelly. Man, I wish he was there. And Chris
Ooh,
Brown.
yeah, me too.
Dang.
Yo.
Ah,
Ooh, we.
All right. Can't defend himself.
for some reason, Spotify spits out your archetype based off the music you listen to. I don't know if we'll dig too deep into this, but what else we got?
So, yeah, wait, what is this talking about? So basically you have your own curated playlist or your own playlist that you created. So I'll note that. Oh, that's it.
Good. Again, so to CJ, we definitely plan to, if possible, have him back on the podcast at some point. Next, we have Wes. Let's go through it.
We're getting the.
18 genres. How much does CJ have? I already forgot.
102.
108.
Oh, it's
Jesus.
108.
No, 108. Yeah.
I mean, we have it here. Let's make sure we're just keeping track. What else we got? Your top genre: jazz, New Orleans. Oh my god, I'm getting my headache's starting to jump. Let you tell it. What is the difference between jazz and New Orleans jazz?
Might as well
New
throw
Orleans
bebop in
jazz?
there because that's another subclassification.
True. I guess jazz is just more general. Play more in, like the New York scene, which you would think of as probably classic, straight standards and stuff like that. Yeah, but it encompasses everything. New Orleans jazz is more southern, the actual
sense.
birthplace of jazz. It has that sound. It has that second line feel. Has a little bit more, what do you call it, like bluesy and soul. Well, soul influence. But New Orleans has a particular sound, like that second line band stuff. Um, and then bebop is more when players are making complicated complicated choruses to old standards or old standard choruses or old standard chord progressions and stuff. So it's more technical, more fast paced usually, and it was a whole era and super important to sound of jazz now. But it was that particular sound.
Yeah, no, that breakdown makes sense to me. What else we got?
Alternative R&B.
No, we don't care. We don't. Slow down. Keep going, Ace. Okay, for you, you'd find your comrades in music in Berkeley, USA.
Hold up. This seems
Yeah,
wrong.
that's something happened. I'm pretty sure that's
Oh,
my.
yeah, that's ghost stuff. Yeah, that's
Oh,
fairly
okay. I was
ghost
like Greg Spiro.
We got a mix up
I
here.
didn't listen to that.
stuff. Going back to the John board.
All right.
Somebody switch that out.
Minor correction here. Oh
And
yeah, somebody else
skip
can do
over
it.
it.
Yeah, honestly, we do it
There's
live.
Ryan though.
But maybe it's in Ghost,
Yeah, it's probably in Ghost.
and if it's not, then I just hope the rest of the stuff is your
Yeah, I
stuff.
hope. Yeah, I hope this is all
All
accurate.
right, we'll figure that one
Wait,
out.
go back. Actually, go back to that. Because one thing you can tell is the fact that you guys screenshot your entire freaking thing, so I can now go back to the time. I can tell because your phone be at that battery percentage, and you were doing it at that time. But you listened to 8,455 minutes, which equates to 5 days. Write that down. Write that down. Which
Yeah.
compared to CJ is minuscule. So I don't know what happened to you, but I guess you kept it light.
Spotify.
Where you consume the majority of your music?
Spotify. But I was listening to stuff that I was. Never mind. Other places. So.
Fair enough. What else we got? Your top song was "Autumn Leaves" by Cannonball Adderley. I played it 30 times, which is respectable.
Yeah, that was.
That's
It was a bit of a fluke though because I mean I was learning, I was playing the song through, so it was part of that. But it's a good song. It's very
I
good.
think it still counts. I think a song that I think you wouldn't be dedicated to learning a song if you didn't enjoy it to some degree.
Right. No, a very good version.
What else? Your top songs was, of course, the Autumn Leaves record, Azalea by Louis Armstrong, Duke, etc. Someday My Prince Will, etc. by Miles Davis. Is that John? Is this John Coltrane?
Yeah.
Nice. Sweet Lorraine. Are all these just names? Jesus. By Benny Carter, and then Cheryl. A Short Take One by Charlie Parker. That Charlie Parker. So it's me Jenkins. Interesting. Nice little list. You are 100% not capping when you say you listen to jazz. What else? You listen to 603 artists this year. Compared to how many this year listen to?
1,620.
Jesus.
1,000 more.
Jesus.
All right, if we want to go back just a real quick, I have something that's pretty funny here. Oh, it didn't refresh. The funny thing is that Wes's place was Berkeley as well, but for the different artists. So he had Charlie Parker, Miles Davis, and Freddie Hubbard.
That's hilarious.
That is
Okay.
that is
I
alright.
knew
Nice.
Berkeley sounded familiar, but
Nice.
okay.
And then your top artist, well, I'm assuming is next. Louis Armstrong, of course. You're in the top 1%. Okay, so top 1%. Okay, now I understand that. I guess you want to speak to that
That
at all?
probably says a lot too, because that's like a very, a very famous jazz artist. So the fact that he's in the top 1% of people who listen to him is
You want to speak to that at all? Why, for whatever reason, it was a Louis year for you?
Yeah. He's the goat. No. It's just like he has had such an influence and such a range in jazz as a whole. Obviously, with his vocals, but also with his horn playing, his cornet, and everything. It's like it's so elite, and it was elite at such an early stage in the game that it's his impact is crazy, and I just took the time this year to dig in more. But yeah, and that's part of the reason. Uh, like his composition, obviously his or not necessarily composition, but his arrangements and stuff are incredible, and the way that he sings too, and like kind of messes around with the words and plays with the length of words and the way he says certain things based on the lyrics. Like that wasn't even really done before him, and so he was a pioneer in doing that. And when you recognize all that, it's just like, yeah, this dude is amazing. So, so good.
Nice.
Plus, there's a very distinct voice, of course.
Nice. Super
Yeah.
respect. Salute. Write it down. And then what else? Along with Louis, we got Cannonball Adderley. Hope I'm saying that right. John Coltrane, Charlie Parker, and Oliver Nelson. Is that also jazz?
Yeah. Yeah, so Cannonball Adderley, only recently just started um digging in a little bit. Obviously like the classic recordings he had with Beatles and other people, but he has some good stuff on with his he has like a quintet that did a lot of stuff. So there's some joints that I was listening to pretty frequently. Coltrane is Coltrane. I don't think there's a lot that needs to be said there. I do prefer Coltrane's uh, basically like more of his standard playing. Not too much when he gets into the too much of the wall of sound and more bizarre stuff. Like the wall of sound stuff is good, but the more obscure stuff with the experimental stuff like the Africa joint and stuff like that. Still enjoyable, but it takes a little bit more. Plus, um, what do you call it? What was I gonna say? The obviously Giant Steps is great and all of that. Those recordings, but but yeah, Coltrane's incredible. Then Charlie Parker, of course, also amazing. Um, and I've been trying to play more Charlie Parker heads. So as part of that, and just again, fun to listen to. Bebop originator, basically, and um, yeah, super essential. Uh, and then Oliver Nelson, the Blues and the Abstract Truth was amazing, an amazing album that I started playing on repeat more this year. I think the first track, "Stolen Moments," it was always good, like always is a classic, um, but the whole album is great. It's great, and it has being called the Blues and the Abstract Truth. It has those blues elements and that that kind of, but it also like is contrasted by more modern jazz type sounds, and so stuff like Cascades and stuff like that. Those tracks are great too. So he fuses it very well, and the playing is incredible in the whole thing. So very nice album, and I think that's what influenced my or him being my top artist. And the sequel he did to the album is pretty good too. Not as good in my opinion, but
Nice. What else we got? This is your archetype. Again, I don't necessarily have a high level of interest in this, but apparently you'd be considered a hypnotist.
I listened to the albums from beginning to end. I guess.
What else we got? And that's it. I feel as if there's like
That's it.
So I feel like it's supposed to be something that compiles like all of this stuff, but I don't know. Listen,
Yeah.
we tried to make it nice and standard so we all have the same showcase of data, but I feel as if that didn't necessarily actually manifest in the way we wanted it to. What else we
Ace,
got,
you're
Ace?
muted.
Oh, he's probably not saying anything important.
Yeah, I wasn't playing.
Who
All
else is
right,
next? Ace, the boss man himself. You listen to 58 genres compared to the. Damn, my brain, man.
108 and 8.
Okay, so now we're starting to get like a an image of like what can be considered a lot and what can be considered little, and I guess what might be considered average. What
Wait,
else we got?
sorry. How many genres did I listen to?
18.
Oh, it's
Oh,
18. Sorry,
18.
not 8.
I thought yeah, you said
I'm
8. I was like,
I'm
yo,
glad we're writing this stuff down because we keep getting different answers. I mean, not completely different answers, but different answers. Keep going this. Your top genres, and I feel as though some of this might be skewed because of the end of the year hip hop albums, but hip hop, indie pop,
No,
alternative
not
hip.
skewed.
Yeah, this actually came up before that, so
Oh yeah, I'm a
it's
stoner.
surprising, Ace. Wow.
Yeah,
Huh.
nice. And American shoegaze. Again, if you know anything about me, I can't stand conversations regarding some of these when genres get like super subcategory. But break down to me how you would describe American shoegaze. All right, not. I mean, I guess that's just shoegaze from America. Maybe the art pop. We'll go with that one.
Um, I don't know. The art pop does sound kind of self-explanatory. It would be dream pop, but more experimental. So for artists, I would think like Grimes would be the first one that comes to my mind, even though I don't listen to much Grimes. There's another artist similar to Grimes that I did listen to a lot. I can't remember the name off the top of my head, and they're not in my top artists, so I cannot. Yeah, I can't give that name, um, but yeah, that's where I would go. Like a Grimes,
Mm-hmm.
um,
You
FKA Twigs
know,
probably wouldn't count. Maybe some of her songs.
tennis maybe.
I wouldn't say tennis. They're more like indie. Um, Probably like
Indie
yeah, the
pop.
indie pop. Yeah,
Fair enough. What else we got?
yeah. The hip hop I can explain. That's my workout playlist. So I think
Uh,
that's got to be why. Which I wouldn't say is doesn't count, because
Yeah.
I do.
I don't know.
And then yeah, the indie pop.
I'm not gonna go to everything. Some of it's self-explanatory.
Yep.
Um, as for you, that would place you in Burlington, USA, which, if I'm not mistaken, is
There's a there's a Burlington in Vermont.
Vermont.
it's
Is there
north.
really?
It's northeast to say the
Yeah,
least.
yeah, 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 yeah.
Which I mean,
It is
that's
Burlington, Vermont.
that's
Tracks.
that's accurate. So yeah, what else we got? You listened to 67,821 minutes, which equates to 41 days. Again, way more than West, but a little less. Not a little, but less than. Wait,
no,
no,
it's more. It's more
Fifty.
it was
now.
more. Oh,
No,
sorry.
that's the most we've seen yet.
Yeah, that's the most we've seen so far. Okay, if we're keeping, if it's a competition, although I think we know who cleans the cleans house. Okay,
Ace
write that
got it
down.
this year. Spoiler.
Oh shoot, damn. You been working out a lot?
Yeah, I have.
And your top song for this year was "Cut Sleeves" by La Vida.
Love Ada. Yeah,
La Vida. 137 times. That's
that is a
quite
lot.
quite a bit. What do you think kept this record in your rotation?
Spoiler alert. I'm pretty sure this comes up in my top artists and albums. This is off of a new project, and I thought the project was excellent. Unfortunately, I didn't get to see this band live this year, but it's something I really wanted to do because, yeah, I love this project. And it's one of those albums where, like, I mean, I guess when I really like an album, I'll have a favorite song, and then another song will become my favorite, and another, and
Yeah,
whenever one becomes my favorite, I just play it on repeat. So this was probably like the last one that became my favorite.
gotcha. Makes sense.
What is the genre? I guess.
Um, Alternative indie.
Okay.
Your top songs, of course, along with the cut sleeves, "Bedside" by Crushed,
Yep.
"Milk Sugar" by Crushed, "Coil" by Crushed,
Jeez.
See the pattern.
"Salute to Crushed," and "The Hollow" APC, A Perfect Circle. That's a classic.
Yes. Yes.
I guess just break down. Is Crushed like just that's not like from the same album as well, if I'm
Yep.
understanding it correctly. So I guess his album was just a banger for you.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a small, short EP. I think it was only less than either 8 songs or less. Um, but yeah, I played this a lot. I also played it when I was skating this summer too. It has a perfect vibe for that to me anyway. So yeah, that's
Nice.
why I
I'm gonna have to
played
write that down. That's music you can skate to. That's my vibe. And then the Hollow needs no introduction.
What
But I
kind of
guess. Oh, go ahead. What?
what's No, I'm just wondering again what kind of. I guess it's alternative indie,
Um,
or is
yeah,
it more
we'll
edgy,
say
like
dream pop.
edge?
They fall into like the dream pop category.
Okay.
Um, yeah, and I'll explain it more because they're gonna be my top artists.
Spoiler alert. What else we got?
All right.
You listen to 1,528 artists this year.
Hold up, do people know what the hollow is?
Man, get me a move.
I do consider that to be one of my favorite all time songs. But all right.
Makes sense.
And your top artist was, like you mentioned, Crushed. You were in the top
Yeah.
5%. Um, I
Yeah. So
guess.
this artist I don't think is very well known, which is why that was probably easy to do.
Hmm. Gotcha.
Like you should win something.
Well, I think the reason why they even have this metric is so. I think on the artist end, they can see where the majority of people that are listening to them reside.
Yeah, yeah. They can pick a touring spot basically.
Do you know if they came to Mass?
Maybe
I mean, you
I
know if
know
they
they
came
came to
to where we reside? Cough, cough.
I know they came to New York. I'm not sure if they came to Mass. But...
Gotcha. And along with Crush, your top five was Holy Fun, Slow Pope, Levada. I feel like you just said it and I already forgot. And Tennis. Now, if I'm not mistaken, you've seen some of these artists live, and or you're pretty consistent in mentioning these artists.
Yep. Yep.
Um, yeah, I guess break down which ones you saw live, which ones you more recently stumbled upon, and so on and so forth. Anything else you got?
Yeah. So the ones I saw live are Holy Fawn, Slow Pulp, and Tennis. Um, Slow Pulp. Yeah. Slow Pulp released a new album this year. Aveda released a new album. Tennis released a new album. Um, which I had those on repeat throughout the year. Holy Fawn. They didn't release a new album, but after seeing them live, they like completely shifted my music listening habits for probably the next month. Like I was constantly listening to them and other bands in their genre. They 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 would be classified as shoegaze, but they also they're also a mix of that and like black metal. So yeah, just very loud, like noisy guitars, but um it still ends up giving like a good like just a solid texture, a very um I don't know how you'd say it, like yes, a good texture. um I say it sounds almost like a movie soundtrack kind of. Their sound is like a movie soundtrack where it puts you in like a dark forest kind of vibe. Like walking through a dark forest is like how I envision when I listen to them. But yeah, excellent band, and they were probably like my favorite to see live in general. Just super heavy,
Nice,
um, excellent performance.
nice, nice. What else we got? Your archetype would be considered time traveler. I guess because you play your songs on repeat a lot. Whoop de doo.
Does track.
And that's it. And then last but certainly not least, Ghost. Let's see what your year was looking like from Spotify's perspective. So you consumed 126 genres compared to
Well,
somebody who had what 18 or something like that. Your top genres was alternative R&B, UK contemporary jazz, indie soul, hip hop, and indie R&B. Um, I don't think anything. Well, the one kind of stands out, but I don't think anything stands out too much if you know Ghost. I guess would this be reflective of how you would rank your favorite genres currently? R&B, hip hop would be your favorite right now, or
Uh, I'd say more. They call it alternative R&B. I'd say more neo soul, but R&B would fit.
mm-hmm.
I am surprised that UK jazz got up there because there haven't been a whole lot of UK jazz albums I've listened to this year, but maybe I was incorrect. Overall, I'd say this is pretty accurate.
Nice. What else we got? And like we stumbled upon, apparently,
You're going to take a
you
trip out there, apparently.
you would find you'd find your soulmate or your musical soulmate in Berkeley, USA. You've listened to 41,251 minutes, which equates to 28 days. So I guess the ranking for this year would be Ace listens to the most, then
CJ,
CJ,
then me,
then
then
you, and then Wes.
Wes.
Which is still a month worth of music, which is insane. Your top song this year was "Sweet Chocolate" by Bliss Station. Oh, Bliss Station Flamingosis and Ebro in the morning. You listened to it 23 times, which actually is not that many times compared to other
Yeah,
people
it really isn't.
listen to
It
their
really
songs
isn't.
hundreds of times. But what had this record? What do you why do you think this record deserved multiple spins?
Um, it was the lead single off of the collab album that they dropped this year. Flamingos is the producer. Hero, Hero. I low-key don't know how to pronounce it either. But he's an R&B esque vocalist, and for whatever reason, I just really like that track a lot. Production was great on it. So
Nice,
yeah.
nice. And along with that record, your other top five songs were AM FM by Rum Gold, Parasites by Netanya, Mystery by J Boog, or Boog, and Blessings by John Michael, Bedhead, etc. Interestingly enough, I'm not super film. I mean, I'm sure you either brought these records or mentioned them in some capacity. I'm not super familiar with a lot of some of these artists. Um, but yeah, would you describe these as like I mean, the numbers don't lie, but you would say this is pretty accurate. Of like your some of your favorite songs this year.
Uh Mostly the J Boog track came out in like 2006 or something, so that one I just had on repeat for whatever reason. It's like reggae, but
Mm.
the number five, I don't know. It kind of snuck on there mostly because I kept listening to it on repeat because I'm trying to figure out what the sample is for it for the production, and I couldn't unfortunately. But I think that it's a good song, but I think that's the real reason why it's so up high. But
You know what's
pretty
crazy?
accurate.
You know what's crazy? I'm kind of like that way too. Like we could honestly literally just search it up, but something about like it being I don't know if it's a music head thing, but like you're like sure you know where this came from. You're positive. You just need to
Yeah,
listen
I
to it
gave
more.
up listening. I tried searching it up, no luck. I tried messing the
Hmm.
producer
Oh,
directly, no luck.
that's actually
So
crazy.
yeah.
That would piss me off actually. Dang. Well, I hope you find it one day.
Did you ask me about this?
I
Yeah.
did. Yeah, this is the one I asked you about.
Oh, I
There's
forgot.
a website that you pointed me to once one time where it helps
It's
you get
Who
to find
Sampled
samples.
usually has
Yeah, who
the
sent
goods,
it?
but this song isn't popular enough. So
Yeah,
Damn.
got it.
Oh, so go. What else we got? You listened to 5,511 artists this year, which is pretty impressive, I would say. I wonder what would I wonder what would be what's the average now that we looked at everyone's not out of everyone here, but like average of what people consume in a year. It'd be interesting to know if you guys are above or below what the average person, how much artist the average person consumes. I would tend to think it's on the
is that the
you.
most? Sorry,
Yeah, this is the most
out of all of us, yeah, I think
artists.
that's
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I would tend to think the average person doesn't branch out that much and listen to too many new artists, but I could be wrong. And your top artist was I feel as if this was the homeboy
Yeah,
last year
it was.
too.
Yo, it was 2 years ago. He was my top artist.
Oh, 2 years ago. So you just kind of continued the train. And
I'm
nothing.
very surprised he was my top artist, to be honest. But I'm not complaining. He's a great,
Maybe you
still
caught
fantastic.
a lot of January spins.
I think it's because he dropped so many singles. Like he didn't drop a full length album, but he dropped like
Mm.
at least 20 or 30 singles that I've listened to uh, off and on. So maybe that's why.
Fair enough. What else? Along with Grace Burrow, your top five artists according to Spotify was Ninth Wonder, so it's Ninth Wonder, Rum Gold, Lloyd Banks, and Leon Vinehall. Vinehall. Ninth Wonder is obviously going to be that guy, that producer. Um,
Number's a little buff because of the mixtapes, the 40-track mixtapes, but
oh
he's
yeah.
still Nine's still the GOAT.
Lloyd
Um,
Banks is just a whole like. I think people should start to look at Lloyd Banks as like when you think about just rap. Like when you just think about pure rap, you don't necessarily assign an album or a song to it. You just kind of in your mind thinking about some guy in a booth rapping well and maybe going at a relatively impressive speed. I think Lloyd Banks might should be in that category because he does it so effortlessly and is so just so on point with his bars.
yeah,
Yeah.
he had the best verse
But
of the year too on a feature.
arguably so, very much so. But I guess break down Rum Gold and Leon Vein Hall for us.
Rum Gold's if you alternative R&B whatever artist. Um, he was kind of on my radar off and on. He's dropped a project before this, so one or two that I wasn't a huge fan of, but the one he dropped this year was fantastic. Spoiler is one of my favorites of the year, and I think I saw Color's performance of one of the tracks on it first, and I checked out the whole album, and it was fantastic. And Leon Vinehall is house. I'll call him house. He's all over electronically, different genres, but mainly house. Um, I've listened to him like some of his singles and stuff before, but I did a full deep dive on his discography this year, and he's fantastic. He's an amazing producer. I actually don't know if he dropped a full length album this year, but like all of his stuff from ranging back like 10 years ago to now is great. So very good
Excellent.
if you want in the mood for house.
Nice. And moving on, your archetype. Well, I guess the interesting part, you guys are all different when it comes to your archetypes. You would be considered an alchemist.
This is not the reason. This is skewed because of the way that I listen to music and all the. I basically create playlists of albums that I want to listen to, but I haven't got a chance to
Oh,
yet. So I have like I think like more than 900 playlists, and I
bro,
constantly create
why
them and
don't you just
delete
make
them
one
once I listen
playlist
to
for
them.
that?
That's it's too much.
I
One
have one
playlist
playlist and I add the albums to each
for
to the playlist. I
900
guess it's
albums.
kind of hard to sift through.
Yeah, for 900
I just
albums.
add one song from each album. But I guess that makes sense if you haven't listened to the album
Oh,
Well,
at all.
sometimes I'll add a song to the queue and listen to it and see if I want to listen to the full album, but it's I mean, I usually go back at some point and when I'm in the mood, oh, I want to hear what this artist is done
Yeah,
and I'll listen to the album, then I'll delete the playlist until I'm done with it or I'll go through the
yeah,
rest
you're
of the
not using the
discography.
platform right.
You said I'm not using it right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely not how it's intended, but I find that's the easiest way to keep track
Wait,
because otherwise I
he
just
does listen to the most new music.
you
Well,
can
I don't,
also
he brings the most new
you
music.
can
So
also save it though, right? You can
it
also
adds
like
it.
it or
You
save it, and
can,
it adds
but
it to your music.
it automatically likes all the tracks in the once you save it in the album. So
Yeah, yeah,
it's
yeah.
not really
Does that
once
do
I'll
something?
listen to it and then I'll like
Mhm.
individual songs from the album that I enjoy, and that'll go to my library. But I don't like adding like that because it just is
Mm,
too much.
sorry, this
I
is a
wouldn't
little bit too
change the
much technical talk.
system. I
But
wouldn't change.
do the likes affect anything? Like, does that
I mean, they
make
don't
it
It's
affect
more
anything. It's
like
just the way that
subjective,
I
right?
consume. Like
yeah,
my
yeah.
likes will eventually get once I either buy or I download the music, then that'll be uploaded to my permanent offline library. So the likes is just like a placeholder. So I don't want to
Gotcha.
get it mixed up with everything. But it's not how the platform is really meant to be used, but it works for me. So
All right.
Fair
Sorry about
enough.
that.
What else we have? Really, there's not too much more. It's just Spotify rap stuff. Yeah, there we go. So, in conclusion, um, you know, so is Spotify. And salute to y'all for compiling all y'all Spotify metrics and stuff. Well, again, streaming services, whatever, and sometimes they're not truly reflective of what you find to be the best. It could just be what you have on while you're working out or while you're working or doing whatever the case may be, and so you're kind of just letting certain things play. I still think data is super interesting to look at and analyze like that. So we will continue the trend of doing our y'all's Spotify reps, and I look forward to seeing what y'all come or what y'all listen to next year. Now, moving right along. Jeez. Yes, it's interesting how even going through a Spotify rap takes an hour. What's next on the agenda? Major events of 2023. So it probably would be good to have something up, but honestly, I kind of just want to blow through this. This is more so just a memory lane type of thing, you know. We don't really have to deep dive on any one event, while I'm kind of going through this stuff. If anything catches your ear, we can stop on it. But I'm looking at a couple different references, so bear with me. The Wikipedia page for 2020 for the year in hip hop is always so interesting because you really do forget what some of this stuff happened. Yeah, you got you got stuff starting from January. Unfortunately, the passing of Gangsta Boo. They passed away at 43. Um,
Oh, who?
Gangsta Boo
Oh,
of 3 6 Mafia. Um, let's see what else. I'm just gonna hit the things that I find super interesting. Young boy got married. Kanye West got married. In February, Kendrick Lamar won best rap album, and best rap performance. Let's see what else. Um, how do you say his name? A member of De La Soul passed away in February. R. Kelly got sentenced. Can you believe it's only in this year where R. Kelly went to prison for like a long time? But after the passing of the brother, De La Soul's full discography became available. There was that unfortunate stampede at Glorilla's concert that resulted in a couple people dead. One thing that we learned in this day and age is people that go to the concerts, and this is why I was always a bit, not that I ever thought this could ever happen at one of the concerts that you go to, Ace, but that's why I'm always a bit like Harry Carey when it comes to concerts, because like you hear stuff like this, people getting literally stomped on, and you think like that's some like ancient medieval like, why would we be so chaotic in which we would literally run over people? But all it takes is a shootout to happen, and people are not caring about who's on the ground. Um, let's see what else we got here. They finally caught and sentenced the brothers that killed XXX Tentacion. This is a weird one. Pras of the Fugees was found guilty of conspiracy to defraud the U.S. and tampering with an unregistered agent of a foreign government. He was in some Malaysian scandal, apparently. I don't know. Let's see what else we got. Remember that altercation where there was a rumor that said Chris Brown beat up Usher at his party.
Oh, yeah.
Fetty Wap got sentenced to 6 years in prison for drug trafficking. We actually went over a topic about how he did an interview and he came out and said he went back to drug selling drugs because he felt like his music wasn't good anymore. Let's see what else. Tupac.
Did you know Freddie Wap had a single out this year though? With I think with Coi Leray.
No, nobody knew that. No offense.
You say it like it was good or something. Was it good?
No, I didn't even listen to it. I was just shocked when I saw it because it was
I mean,
after we.
artists be dropping music. Artists stay dropping music from jail. Max B is
He
still
dropped
putting
the
out,
album
still
in
putting out music.
November. I'm looking now.
He dropped the
Full-length
album?
Yep.
Well, let's be clear. It's not necessarily him dropping the music. It's somebody in his team dropping the music. But yes, artists definitely drop music from jail. Tupac only got his Hollywood Walk of Fame star in June. On the same day, apparently, Blueface got arrested. There's been a lot of Blueface news, which this doesn't cover, which I'm not mad at. Let's see what else. There was the Double XL freshman list this year, which, quick reminder, it was Finesse 2 times, Lola Brooke, Rob 49, Friday with 2 Ys, Glorilla, 2 Rare, Sleazy, World Go. I don't know that brother. Central C, Real Boston Richie, Love Tyler, Taya Corinne, and DC the Don. Let's see. Melly Mall of Grandmaster Flash and the Furious 5 was arrested for DV. That's unfortunate. Casanova, he was sentenced to 15 years in prison. If you recall, Casanova got booked on some like RICO charges. So 15 years is crazy. Let's see. In July, MF Doom cause of death was revealed to be this disease I still don't know if I can pronounce, but it's effectively swelling of the eye or swelling of the skin. Rest in power forever, MF Doom. This was the year that G Herbo got caught up in like a conspiracy to commit wire fraud. I don't know. You know what's crazy? Not many people know this, but the case was out of Springfield, Mass.
Really?
I don't know. Like I don't know what the little connection is, but yeah, if you look it up, like the case like took place or some of the something happened in relation to Springfield, Mass. So salute to that Springfield, Mass.
Ain't got no rappers in Springfield, Mass. Or in Mass.
Goddamn. Making it in the news some way somehow. The double murder trial for YNW Melly concluded. It actually ended up in like a mistrial, and he was about to get the death penalty. Let's see. Oh, this was the year that Lizzo got sued for all that sexual harassment, workplace environment stuff, body shaming. We never got a conclusion from that. We just this just happened. Fortunately, DJ Casper died at age 58. This was the year, mind you. Sorry, that's another thing. I'm not talking about DJ Casper anymore. Rest in power. This was the year that Tory Lanez and Megan Thee Stallion's case just ended. That incident happened back in like 2020 or 2001. And he just got sentenced. He got sentenced to 10 years in prison for their shooting that. So he's gone. Let's see what else. This was actually the 50th year of hip hop, which we didn't talk about a lot this year, but that was kind of cool. There was a lot of like concerts and shows honoring legends throughout the hip hop culture.
That's shocking that I didn't know that.
Let's see. Oh man, oh my gosh, this was the year the gunplay stuff happened. We talked about the gunplay like back and forth with DJ Envy and his daughter, and then oh my gosh, I want to kind of give and then he gave the chain to Rick Ross. I kind of want to give the TLDR, but it's really unfortunate. The super brief story is after the beef, it actually kind of came out that he's having some problems in his marriage, and that relates to DV. He got arrested for aggravated battery with a deadly weapon, false imprisonment, and child abuse.
Yikes.
and later his wife divorced him.
Jeez.
So that gunplay arc didn't end well. Moving on. Does anyone know who August '08 is?
No.
Well, apparently that brother
No, no, no,
passed.
no.
Speaking of Blueface, or not, a little while ago, he and Krishan allegedly, because sometimes he'll post a thing that says that's not my baby. Krishan Rock had a baby, yay! and CPS hasn't been called once, even though it's maybe they should be. BG, if you're familiar with the early days of Cash Money Records, was released from prison. What else we Oh my god! I'm only mentioning this because I'm pretty sure this is either going to get revoked or it's funny in relation to news that's going to come along. It's going to come further down the line. But in September, Diddy received the key to New York City.
You need to take that shit back, bro.
Yeah. This is also an interesting one. I don't really know how they even like measure this metric, but apparently in October, specifically October 17th, Gucci Mane and T.I. squashed their beef of 20 years. I don't know if there was like a show that they did or whatever the case may be, but I don't know. In October, the suspects that killed PNB Rock were charged. So justice, I suppose. Rest in power, PNB Rock. This is also, I don't know if y'all were keeping up. Apparently, this year's the year where they finally like get into the bottom of like the Tupac murder. Like they like found the guy and but the guy like admitted it on a DJ Vlad interview. It's
Why do we care about this, bro? Like, don't they got better things to be investigating?
I mean,
Tupac's dead, bro.
cold cases are a thing, and
It's dead.
I've always kind of been a bit, suspect of how they weren't able to find the killers of Tupac and Biggie. But it is the thing about it. There's just the reason why it's so like headache inducing because there's like a million docs on these murders, which understandably so. And it's like everybody has their conspiracy theory, and like then the answer just comes. Somebody just said the answer on an interview, so it's like I don't know. It was really weird. Anyway, and then as we're in November and moving right along, on November 17th, Diddy's former partner Cassie filed a lawsuit against him, accusing him of sexual assault, sex trafficking, and physical abuse. And this page doesn't speak to the rest of the outcome, but since then, Diddy's paid that sister $30 million to settle that lawsuit. He's had to step down from the head of Revolt. He's lost partnerships. He's got sued, or he's getting sued by multiple other women and men. It's the bad boy era. If it's not done just yet, the door is really closing. Obviously, what would be the nail in the coffin is if he actually did receive some type of punishment. Although the majority of people that are coming from are just suing him, so they're trying to do it civilly and just get some type of recompense. What's they call it? What's the
Restitution.
restitution? Yeah, they're just looking for that. So maybe he'll never receive any criminal punishment, but the reputation is in the trash. This was a big year for Diddy. He dropped an album, but when it rains, it pours, and that's just the bottom line.
Quick note. I don't remember all the specifics and details on how it went, but like somebody said that the lawsuit that what's her name filed.
Cassie.
Yeah, Cassie filed was it was the 30 million or whatever, but they said behind the scenes it was made into a business thing. Like, so it ended up being where his business entity was being sued instead of him personally.
You're right.
Which meant that now people who are involved with him in a business relationship also have to make decisions on who they're having on the team and stuff like
Yeah.
this. So this is why he ended up off a revolt, and the repercussions are actually worse for him in a way. And plus, I think she probably got more than 30 million at
Yeah.
that point.
That was just kind of
So
no. Thank you for that breakdown because that is some, and that's that breakdown. I don't know how many media outlets expressed it like that, but it is important to know because a lot of people looked at that situation and like that's basically an admission of guilt because why wouldn't you fight that lawsuit? But it is because the way they went about it, not just suing Diddy themselves, but the business themselves. It wasn't just up to Diddy's decision to give that settlement. It was the business decision, which still makes Diddy look bad, no matter how well you break that down. But
yeah, no. So like the business is like from a business standpoint, the business has a board of directors or whatever, and they have to make decisions on who's on the board and who's the face of the company or who's involved with the company. And if you got all those charges against you, and facts keep coming out, they're gonna be like, we can't have you anymore because you're bad for business. And I'm sure at some point, uh, he could, get jammed up legally and maybe have to serve time for what he did.
yeah,
It's all still on the table.
yeah. In late November, the YSL trial of Young Thug began. That's gonna be like the next clown show of a trial. The first one being not the first one, but the previous one being the Tory Lanez thing. I don't know if you've seen some of these clips. They just be showing random clips from the courthouse. Young Thug is looking around. Sometimes he's happy. Sometimes he's mad. He has one of his like co-defendants, label mates, was acting. I don't want to say the R word, but there's really no other way to describe it.
Oh yeah, that's what I remember. Go see that clip.
And there's just and somebody's getting stabbed in jail. It's man, Rico's are really nothing to play around with. I don't know if y'all are team thug, not y'all literally, but the people out there are team thug. I know everyone says free thug, but if people really did get murdered and all through Atlanta, you reap what you sow
This
and things
is
of that nature.
this is the stuff that people are talking about the lyrics again, right? The
Yes,
lyrics
yes,
of
that's
Diddy and
also
whatnot.
that also sparked a lot of conversation about whether hip hop lyrics should or can be used in trial. And I think the final decision was for this particular case they are using lyrics because they keep reading them out.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
that's a whole nother conversation. I don't know if we've ever had that. Maybe one day we will bump into it. It kind of makes me, whenever I hear stuff like that, I want to start looking. I want to start going over every alternative and rock band's lyric to see if everything kosher there. But that's neither here nor there. Besides that, there's nothing too quote unquote too eventful in December. Just the typical black culture beef. I kind of want to pull up a calendar because this just kind of covers hip hop. Obviously, if we start going into like sports and other parts of black culture, there are other things. There's I feel like NBA. There's just so much thing that happened in NBA that it kind of goes outside the realm of just like sports, like stuff with John Morant. That was big.
Yeah, that was this year.
Yeah, the Dwight Howard stuff was kind of suspect. Even you know. Anyway, but I'm gonna just keep going. So that was the hip hop. That was like the hip hop version. If we look at just the year in general, um, this was the year where China borders opened up and it ended the COVID policy. So I mean, I don't know about y'all, but COVID feels like it was already a million years ago. Microsoft invests $10 billion into AI. This was the year where we had some of the Chinese spy balloon stuff, which if you're into
Oh yeah.
like spy stuff, that was literally happening. This was the year some of the Russia Ukraine stuff popped off. That's a wild thing to say, but yikes. Let's see what else happened.
Wait. That started this year?
I don't know about started this year,
I mean,
but
not I won't say
I'm
started,
look
but I'm saying
I'm
like
looking
the
at
the
in February.
international.
I'm looking at February 21st. Russia suspends participation in nuclear arms reduction treaty, and then you have some stuff where, like in April, Finland named 31st NATO member, doubles NATO Russian border. Um, I think it just kind of increased.
Okay,
In May,
because I feel like that had to be mid
in
last
May,
year.
the WHO declared the end of the pandemic from a global perspective. There was a coronation of King Charles III, which is, for all our UK listeners, that was a big deal. This was the year where we had the Titan submarine going missing and then ended up imploding. Um, yeah, in June, the Wagner Group began conflict with Russian military. This was the year we had the SAG uh, a Traf. This is where the writers for all the shows and movies went on strike. Interestingly enough, this year July is the hottest recorded month in the global average surface air temperature. So if you had a hot summer, it wasn't just you. We had some wildfires in Hawaii, which was really super unfortunate. What else? What else? U.S. United Auto Workers began a strike. Did anyone know that the auto workers went on strike? Hopefully that
No.
resolved. In October, attacks on Israel and in her attacks on Israel started, and it was the beginning of the Israel Hamas conflict. Microsoft closed acquisition with Activision. Closed accusation. Microsoft entered their stuff with Blizzard because Blizzard was tweaking. Um, that's pretty it. That's pretty much it from this page. I'm going, like I said, I'm going through a couple different pages, so they're gonna have their own news and whatever. I thought there was one more that I pulled up, but no, I can't find it. Oh wait, is this global news? Oh, this was deaths. Before we get to the deaths and sad stuff, we'll get to that later because we want to focus on just the big things that happened this year. That's another death. House Speaker chaos. Does anyone remember what happened with Republican Senator Kevin McCarthy? Bruce Willis was diagnosed with dementia. Damn. Alec Baldwin was charged with manslaughter. That only happened because that happened in 2020, 2021 when he shot that person. Let's see. Jimmy Carter, former President Jimmy Carter, and his wife, Rosalynn Carter. Jimmy Carter didn't pass, but he's pretty much, old people, on life alert. But his wife did pass. Donald Trump was indicted. I feel like for like the umpteenth time. Damn. Oh, student loan forgiveness got struck down. So for everyone that's thought that the student loans was gonna get erased, nah, that's not happening. Although, if you're like some of us, we don't really care whether they whether they do loan forgiveness or not. This was the year that Twitter became X. I think it's forever we're gonna be called Twitter in the minds of other people, in the minds of people. But it's kind of cool, X getting that a website host. This was the year that this was the year. We'll kind of get into movies, our favorite movies, but this was the year that the biggest movies were Oppenheimer and Barbie. So make of that what you will. Taylor Swift was super big with her tour. I think she put out a re-release of one of her albums, and she's with a relatively famous football player. So to
Drop
Chiefs.
the movie too. Don't forget the movie.
What would we do without you, Ace? Speaking of movies, this was also Beyonce's big year when it comes to tours and movies. And that's about it according to this page. So, all in all, and y'all can let me know if I'm missing anything big. I feel as if I want to pull up one thing, but I don't know how I could find it. It was that stupid calendar that shows like a bunch of stuff that happened. I guess while I'm looking for it, anything that happened this year that I'm missing, that we're missing.
Not that I can recall. A lot of that stuff you said, I thought happened years ago. So
And that's the crazy part. It's like you really just forget so much stuff happens throughout a year, and you're just like, that happened this year. I guess what would y'all say is the craziest out of like something I mentioned, or out of stuff that you heard throughout the year? What do you think, Ghost?
I mean, I really don't. I'm probably because I'm uncultured, but I have very little interest in world affairs and politics and all of that. I don't know. It's probably the literal war, I
Yeah.
guess, would be the biggest thing. But it's bad to say I don't care because I don't want to phrase it like that, but I I don't know.
I think. Oh, and again, we not that any of us care. Oh, this was also the year that Jamie Foxx was going through that health issues. I think more mm, or less like dismissive way to say I'm not heavily invested in the ongoing of what's happening, but it's still unfortunate. Whatever. Jim Brown passed. Man, there's gonna be a lot of deaths. We'll get to the deaths later though. What about you, Wes? What do you think was one of the more wilder headlines that you came across this year?
Uh, I don't know. I mean, yeah. I mean, just going back through it, it's just usually. I mean, I was just surprised at stuff that happened this year, as Ace was saying, more so than the degree of crazy. I think the whole Diddy situation was pretty ridiculous and crazy. Um,
Man,
yeah, his
somebody that grew up
bad beat.
on like the Bad Boy like records, like More Money, More Problems, was like stuck in my head as a kid.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You didn't mention TD Jakes.
What happened with T.D. Jakes? Oh man, he got caught up in the Diddy shit, but then his next service
Yeah.
he came out and said that's the devil. And when a pastor comes on and says that's the devil, that's actually the most high revealing some shit. But I don't know. I don't know.
He came on and said, uh, God would forgive me if I did it. He did an OJ if I did it.
Oh, I didn't
That's
even listen to this.
crazy.
Yeah. No,
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
That's crazy.
That actually is probably one of the craziest thing I heard. Um, and then what about you, Ace?
say even if I did it.
What is one of the more crazier things that you heard about this year?
I'm gonna just say the Israel Palestine conflict. Even though I do not keep, I haven't kept up with it at all. Just the uh, the fact that everything broke, or yeah, pretty much war broke out is pretty shocking.
Yeah, I feel as if it's one of those things where if you're like keened into what's happening in the Middle East or that region, you're probably not surprised. But you know, obviously from outsider's perspective, it is incredibly heartbreaking that a lot of people get wrapped up in that conflict, and yeah, it's also super interesting. Obviously, we want to be sensitive and all that jazz, but it's such a like wars always conflicts always gonna be divisive, but it's so interesting like how people that are like very distant from those type of events can have very hard line. Like I think I even saw a brief argument IRL of some of people going back and forth. So it's
Oh
definitely
wow,
something.
IRL is wild.
It's definitely something that people feel connected to. Um, and
Yes.
like and like
Harder than the Ukraine and Russia thing, which people are already polarized on.
yeah, yeah. Which I'm never gonna be dismissing of somebody's feelings. You know, some people have like roots tracing back to some of these places, and some people just feel like injustice around the world is, injustice happening somewhere is injustice everywhere and all that stuff. So, um, yeah, definitely, yeah, like you said, one that probably just the literal craziest event that had to come out of this year. Yeah, I found the calendar. It's not the updated one. This was the year that Rihanna was at the Super Bowl and they announced that their baby. There was all the John Moran stuff. This was the year where I forget the sister's name. The college WNBA player they calls a star. Oh, the Kiki Palmer and her BDs. Jesus, man, that's the thing about black culture. It's a every once in a while there's some good news, but it's really a bunch of BS and chaos. Hey man, someone's pocket's still alive. Quit playing. Hey man, I don't know where the body's at. um, but yeah, the moral of the story is, yes, that's gonna be how it is every year. We're gonna come on and say this happened. Oh, this happened this year. It's gonna be a wild accusation, a wild death, a wild fight, a wild conflict. We just keep on going. We pray that the Most High is covering us, and we keep it pushing. Now that we kind of blew past all that, and by blew past, I mean took that much time. Let's get to the good stuff, which you're all here for. One of the things we like to do, like I mentioned before, is highlight our favorites of the year. Everyone, listen to umpteen number of songs, umpteen number of albums, watch umpteen shows and movies, and we're gonna come on here and share our favorites. And feel free to share what y'all's was as well as we go through it. Now as I say that, I don't really know how we usually go through it. If it's like one by one, or if we just fill in. We're very professional here, but I think we'll just let we'll let it flow and see how it looks. So let me see.
You have it pre-set up. What?
No, we gotta fill it in right as we. Oh well, that stuff will be filled in.
Yeah, super professional.
Let me go here.
I have to call attention to it.
It's fine. This will take us 2 seconds. The thing is, you know why we didn't fill it in? Because some of us don't have 5. Also, go to Favorites 2022 when you're done with that. Okay, so for the albums, we have to. Okay, so the artists. Wait, are the labels at the top filled in? Go back to 2023. Okay, there you are. Okay, so you can finish that up. Give us 1 second. It's worth it. There we go. Be right back. I like that. Even though we're still here. Dang, I need some intermission music. Or we need some intermission music. Something like of course, free copyright. Soft jazz.
Elevator music.
Basically. I feel as if there's like some formulas in here too, which makes no sense.
I don't think so.
Fair enough. Maybe it's just formatted away. Maybe that's maybe correct way to say it. Was I able to get 5 songs? 1, 2, 3. Oh, those are the albums. No, I wasn't.
I thought you'd be more interested in people having 5 songs than 5 albums.
Yeah, I almost can't. I almost put together 5 albums. It's a good thing we do the end of the year album listen to, because I was about to have one.
5 albums.
Shoot. And if I
What the?
I also have potentially more than one show, which is interesting.
Right. So I'm just going to clear. The hell?
There we go.
All right.
That's it. Is there any other adjustments?
I think
I
that's it.
think that's it.
All right, zoom
So
in to the songs. There we go. Okay, so now we go back here. Yeah, the names are screwed up. Bear with me. Bear with us. No, it's not West. It's Ghost and East. Um. Okay, let's just get right into it. Yeah, I don't know. I think it feels if it would be annoying to go back and forth. Go. What's your top five? What's my top five? But I think we actually might do that. But wait, we don't
are we
have
gonna do
five.
5, 5, 5, 5, 4, 4, 4, 4?
I guess real quick. Do y'all have five?
I do.
Yes.
Did I hear
Yeah.
four? Okay. Or three S's. Um. Okay. Yeah. I guess we'll just go and we'll just go around the table and do it. What's your five? What's your five? What's your five? And I guess for me, you have to start at three. Um. Ghosts. Oh wait, and also, didn't y'all say it's no particular order? Okay, you don't have
In
to. It doesn't have
order
to
for
be.
me, but some people it's not particularly
You're gonna
order.
you're gonna fill yours in, Ghost and Wes, if possible. That would be
Mm.
dope if you could.
All right, yeah, I'll do it. I'll do that then.
Fair
You
enough.
want me to
Good.
be in the doc?
If you can, but if not, it's fine. It's easier for you to type the whole name possibly if you have it up. If you're
Yeah.
looking at it.
Am
Oh,
I
so
giving the live explanation?
yeah,
I
you,
can. I don't
yeah,
care.
yeah. While you type it. Okay, so yeah, we'll just
All
go
right.
through it. If we need to make adjustments, we'll do it. Bear with us. Well, actually, wait before you start. Let me make sure I look at OBS because I've been going back and forth between some things. Um, yeah, it looks good, and the names are in the right. Okay, so yes, go starting with you. What is your top five song of 2023?
All right. Top 5 songs. So number 5 showed up on the rap, but this would be Sweet Chocolate Trap by Bliss Station, which was my most listened to song of the year, I guess.
Oh my god, we
Uh
gotta put a genre to this. Oh my
Low
god.
key, I don't even know what genre this is. Pop, maybe? Yeah. I don't know if I call it pop, but
I'm just gonna go by what
we'll
iTunes says
leave
for
it.
mines.
All right. Number 4.
No, 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 no. Is that what that? That's not
What?
what I said. No, now we go to mines. I think that's how
We're
I said
doing
it.
one by one? All right.
That does sound annoying, don't it? Um, we'll try it. Maybe it's a bad idea. So for me, my top three would be.
Hold up, shouldn't we just wait till we get to three for you to start?
Oh, you're right. Dang, you guys are.
God.
This is why you guys are smart. Ace, what's your top five?
All right, my number five is going to be we're on tracks. Oh yeah, we're on tracks. I'm gonna throw in Like You by Tanuki Chan. Um this was an artist that I saw live. I don't think they came up in the Spotify Wrapped, but they dropped a whole album this year. I forget who the name of the singer. It might be, I can't remember her name, but she's in a band with Toro y Moi, and yeah, it's a shoegaze band, like modern shoegaze, and yeah, I loved it. This was my first time listening to them, and I loved it. So
Nice. While they're filling that in, what about you, Wes? What's your top five?
So my fifth top five tracks.
Yeah, the audio's.
Audio, okay. Okay, my bad.
You
I don't
know,
have a mic stand. Sorry about that.
I could get you one.
My my fifth track is "Closure" by Sean Mason.
All right, maybe it is
Sean
annoying
Mason.
for him. Maybe we might have to do his with Ace.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do.
I'll do mine if it helps, Ace.
So I actually heard this track on French radio, um, in France, and it's a he's an American artist, but there's a really good station over there, and uh, I played it on loop after I heard it. It's just a really has a super good feel. It's jazz. It's he's a pianist and he composed a really good album this year. So that's my top track or fifth track.
Sorry, what
Nice.
did you say the genre?
Jazz.
All right.
Just saying.
Now, going back again, maybe it's kind of annoying, so maybe in the future we'll just kind of go one by one. Anyway, what's your fourth favorite record of this year, Ghost?
Uh, this one is "Call the Number" by Jonah Yano. I don't know if y'all familiar, but he's a, I don't know, indie-ish esque artist. Kind of hard to classify, but he dropped a collab album with Bad Bad Not Good this year. They did the instrumentation.
Nice.
It was a fantastic album. This track was probably my favorite. Kind of went back and forth between a few, but like the outro instrumentation was just like I can listen to it on repeat over and over. It was very good.
Nice. And coming in at, you know what would make this style makes more sense if we had like a more like a thematic thing going on, or maybe it's like a drum roll and maybe we have it set up so you can hear a little bit of the song. But yeah, whatever the case may be. Coming at number 4 for Ace, what's your fourth favorite song for the year?
All right, so number 4, I got Heartworn, or sorry. No More by Sunbrella. This is another shoegaze artist. It's actually one dude. Um, and this was my first time hearing them. I think they have one other project, but they dropped an album this year that I thought was amazing. It was another suggestion from Spotify.
Beautiful. And coming at number 4 for you, Wes, what's your fourth favorite record for the year?
Number 4 is Spirit 2.0 by Sanfa. Yeah, I actually first heard this one on a plane, or not on a plane, but when I was getting on a plane.
Did you
I
did you know this album coming out?
quite a vibe. Um, no, not really. I saw the single. I was like new Sanfa and checked it out, and it was very good. And I
Yeah, I
looked
was
it up.
I was shocked
I loved it.
that I was shocked that I didn't know this album was coming out.
Yeah, and yeah, we kind of been waiting on music for a while, right?
You would say like electronic. What does iTunes say?
Oh,
R&B.
yeah, I was just
Yeah, R&B just to be safe.
You know what's funny is that this album was great, but this is my least favorite song on the album.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't listen to the album enough, but I like the track a lot. Or yeah, I didn't listen to enough of the album. I didn't listen to it enough. So
And now at number 3, now I can start participating. What's your third favorite record for the year, Ghost?
Where is it? Okay. This one is Jazz Fear and Loathing in Heaven by an artist. I'm gonna expand that out a little. By a Dutch Williams, who's I think he's a drummer. I low key kind of forgot, but him and his group dropped 2 jazz albums this year. Both were excellent in different ways. But this track is it's jazz, but there's a good amount of electronic in influences in it, synths and stuff, and it's just a great track, fantastic track,
Can you
very
grow out the
relaxing.
Can you grow out the fifth and fourth lines for me, Ace? You have a second. Now, for me, My third favorite record for this year is drumroll. That's not the same thing. Oh, nice. Our Funeral by Always Never. Now, this is a bit suspect, Harry Carey, because technically speaking, this is like the title implies, a song that you'd probably play at a funeral. um, and yeah, I don't know if it would make people feel better and or sadder, but I decided to come to the conclusion that this is one of my favorite records. Because one, always never is one of my favorite R&B groups of all time, and two, I just found myself like replaying it a couple times. Like when you listen to a record and then instead of just going to the next record, you replay it a couple times. That's what this record did for me. And I guess following along with my what YouTube describes me as. What is it? What did it say? Dramatic and sadness or something like that. Um. Uh.
Maybe.
Yeah. I guess it lends in. Again, I don't know what that speaks towards what I listen to or like, but if you are ever thinking about someone that's important to you that passed, play this record and you'll get in your feelings even more. What about you, Ace? What is number 3 for you?
So my number 3 is A Place You Grew Up In by Laveda. This is the artist that showed up on my Spotify Wrapped, and I think this was probably the first song that was my favorite off the album, um, before another one became my favorite. And I think it's also the first song I heard by them. This song has it reminds me of Coldplay. What's that one with the something about clocks? They have a couple songs that I really
Clocks.
like. They had like two singles that they were very well they were well known for in the beginning, like when they first came out.
In
Um
My Place.
no.
Yellow.
No.
Who's editing my stuff? That was intentional.
Why are you going backwards?
I'm bugging. I did it backwards.
Dang, they have a lot of
Scientists.
singles. No, Speed of Sound.
Oh, that was
Yes, this gives
that
me
was
a
never one of the other popular ones, but that's a good track. Yeah.
yeah. This gives me a Speed of Sound vibe. Yeah, I really like this song. And it's also I don't what are they called? Alternative indie. Yeah, alternative indie.
Fair enough. Well, I guess 3 doesn't change.
Yeah.
What's your third favorite record?
Yeah. Sorry about that. Y'all like ruined the
I just
excitement.
I don't know what you were hearing. I literally said fifth and fourth.
Yeah. No, I said it myself. I don't know what I was doing. I listed them in reverse order. So,
Wait, so
originally.
those are your 1 and 2,
Yeah.
or
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Spoiler
So my
alert.
three. Yeah. My number 3 is Samara Joy. Around midnight. Um, just a super excellent jazz vocalist, and I think everybody should listen to her. She's doing what needs to be done, jazz. I think as far as continuing the tradition, and she has a really dope sound. And she only started jazz singing like 5 years ago. So and the Grammy and all that I think is deserved.
Would you say it's just pure jazz?
Jazz, yeah. You can put vocal if people want to know.
Don't think that's a genre, but I'm not gonna get to arguing about genres.
A lot of people like.
Ghost. What is your second most favorite? Second most favorite? What is your second record of the year?
This one did appear on the Wrapped, but it's AM/FM by Rum Golds. It's fairly typical lyrically, like AM/FM. It's a pretty standard R&B love song, all that, but the this is the one I heard on the Colors, and the production on it and just the way he kind of layered his vocals on it really stood out. Um, Again, this is another one like this album had 3 or 4 tracks that could have made this list, but I think this one is kind of one that came on for me the latest, so it's freshest in my mind. But yeah, very very good track.
Excellent. And now for my second favorite record of the year. This is probably a first. I don't know if it's ever happened to y'all. Maybe I'm guessing too much. But my second favorite record is a record somebody will definitely be familiar with. Still Love by Teenage Risk. Now, why I say it is a first because this is a record that one of y'all actually brought, and it ended up being one of my favorite songs of the entire year. Similar to me.
Sorry, is the track name Still Love or is it Teen Wrist?
Stupid. I was about to say something not appropriate about myself. I thought, shouldn't the track be first? We're talking about songs.
That does feel more right.
We might switch that. For me, I kind of keep it simple. Just records that I find myself repeating over and over again. And yeah, this is a song. When you played it, I definitely said I was gonna buy it, but then I think I remembered to do that after I went back and listened to some stuff, looked at some stuff about the podcast, and yeah, I don't know this vibe, especially like the beginning of the record. Even like when I'm working out, it goes hard. Some when they start singing at the end, and the vocalist is cute. They could have maybe split that into 2 songs, but no, this record is absolutely one of my favorites. Like I can already tell it's gonna be one I don't skip. It's unskippable. So yeah, banger. And I guess salute taste. You deserve some type of award because you were literally doing what the purpose of the song selection thing of the week is, bringing in music that you'd recommend other people would definitely enjoy. And speaking of music you enjoy, what is your second most favorite record of the year?
All right, my next one is going to be Mud by Slowpoke. This is a very late 90s inspired again alternative pop, which was pop at the time. Um Track. And yeah, it's a breakup song, but it's just very well done. Just a very well done song. Favorite off of their album from this year.
I think it's actually really important for guys, especially to have a little playlist for if you ever are going through a little heartache problems. But that's just me. Mine's consists of, if anyone cares, Drake, Weekend, 10 Years, and Always Never.
So y'all want number 5 or number 4?
Obviously, go in order
Everyone
and do
number
number
5.
4.
5 is the least though. All right.
Don't care. You messed
You
up.
want me
You
to
messed
end
it
on the
up.
least? All right. Number 4 is Scientists and Engineers. Killer Mike.
Wow. Sorry.
We've already talked about the track before, so I won't say too much. But yeah, I love it. Played it a lot.
It's so interesting how I don't even want to get into like how we can have different opinions, but yeah, I mean, although I do hope that Killer Mike wins that Grammy. That would. I mean, actually, he's up against like Drake and
Are we putting
And-
rap or hip hop?
huh,
Are we putting rap or hip hop?
bro. It's your favorite song. What are you asking us?
Whatever.
And then yeah, and then last but not no, it's not even last. It's the best. What's your favorite song of 2023, Ghost? This is gonna be forever in the docs though. Let me hear it. Let us hear it.
Favorite song of the year is Parasites by Netanya, which made the list on the Wrapped. I think I brought this one actually, but yeah, it's I call it I don't know R&B, I guess, but it's just like from the first 10 seconds I heard her vocals come in, I instantly knew like, yeah, I love this track. I listened to the album the same day, amazing album, but the everything about it, production, the lyrics, vocals, it's like I listen to a lot of R&B. I don't know if I say that, a lot of alternative R&B, neo soul s type stuff, specifically from the UK. And while it's good, it can get kind of repetitive. But this is super. I haven't heard anyone that approximates this type of sound that she has on this track. It's like it blew me away. So yeah, favorite track of the year, easily.
Excellent. Now for my QuestLando's favorite record of 2023. I am almost ashamed to say this is my favorite song, but as you guys may or may not know, I don't have shame. You can't shame the shameless. Uh, Take Me Back to Eden.
What did you say?
Take Me
Oh.
Back to Eden by Sleep Token. Now, I think I spoke about this when we listened to it. I brought it for a song selection of the week. And y'all know how I wrestled with it. But let
Wait,
me.
is this isn't the track,
Yes,
is it?
it's the
Oh my
song.
god, you
Let
this
me.
is your favorite.
I'll just
Uh,
give the TLDR because I don't
please,
think I actually spoke about it on the
yo.
podcast. It was when we just listened to music. So
I
if you
don't
know
know.
anything about me, while I work, I listen to like streamers. Sometimes they're just playing games or talking, and they have music on the background. I'm not really paying attention to it. It's on the background. They say something funny or enjoyable that I'll be tuned into, but it's just in the background for me. I don't listen to straight up music. I listen to streams and stuff like that and podcasts. So one day while I was working, I was watching a streamer and they were playing music, and this record caught my attention. So I'm like, nice. This sounds good. Nice. This sounds. But I didn't. But like I didn't write it down or I didn't like capture it. So I had to like go back in their VOD and like find where the record was. This is like my average finding music experience, by the way. So I go back and I just remember there's a piece of this record that I like. I wasn't listening to the entire song. I wasn't listening to the entire stream. I was just listening to a piece of it. So I go to listen to the record. One, I'm blown away by the fact this record is 8 minutes. For anyone that's interested in consuming this record that you haven't, it's 8 minutes long. So already I'm like, what the F? So I listened to it, and the part that I liked was good. But there are parts of the song that was I hated. Let's get to the shits. I completely hated it. I was like mind blown by this was in the song. It was absolutely like air like wrenching. I was like, who is this and why did they mess up this song like this? But the parts that I do like in the song were so great. I literally forced myself to play this song every day, if you can believe it. Every literal day that since I've heard this song. And at this point, the parts that I didn't like are bearable, if not pretty good too. So the moral of the story is, if you try hard enough, you can make yourself like a song.
God.
And this is my favorite song of the year. Take it back to you.
You think that they made the parts that you don't like for the audience, or
I don't know. Wait, our audience or their audience?
their
Go
audience?
out to the artist and the audience.
Oh, that's that topic. Yeah, I don't know what the heck that was. It was crazy.
I'm honestly embarrassed.
I'm gonna show this real quick. Oh, 1 second. This is the image Ghost put in the chat when we were listening to it.
Yep.
So
That was me the first time too.
Bro,
Give it a few more spins. You like it?
there's no justification, bro. I'm sorry. Happy you brainwash yourself into liking it though. Like
I'm glad too.
literally playing mind tricks on yourself. But hey, if you like it,
Yeah, you warm up.
Salute to why did I always forget them? Damn, my mind playing tricks on me. Salute to them. Not that's not their name, but that's the name of the record or album. I know. What's your favorite song of the year, Ace?
Milk Sugar by um, Crushed. Uh, this is just a very, very beautiful track. Um, and again, this is like 90s, late 90s alternative pop type joint. Um, what this reminds me of is kind of gives me that the Bleach, the first intro to Bleach, that type of vibe.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, just way more mellow. Kind of slow it down. Um, and yeah, yeah, that sound like pretty much dominated um my listening for this year. That that type of era of music, but modern modern take on it. Yeah.
Excellent, excellent. And then for you, Wes, what comes in at number 5 for your favorite songs of this year?
So my number five, my actual number five, is called Afro Power by Anthony Hervey. Um, he's a jazz musician. This was actually a uh, late favorite. Um, but I think it's an interesting. He's an interesting artist, and he is like. But I don't keep my ear to the ground for new artists much. If you know the audience hasn't noticed,
Your
I listen to a
Spotify
lot of older.
loose says as much.
Yeah, yeah, I listen to a lot of older jazz. But I do think that there's amazing new jazz coming out with modern sounds, and even some
That's
people
not what you be
who
saying behind the scenes, but let me not expose.
Mm.
know I clarified that a lot of things might not be quite jazz, but I didn't say I don't like them. Anyway, the so yeah, I do like some of the newer stuff that's coming out in the modern sound. I just don't keep my ear to it. So this is one artist that uh, stood out to me, along with Sean Mason and Samara Joy, of course. But uh, but yeah, there's a lot of good stuff out there. This is a track that I particularly enjoyed.
Fair enough. And those are our favorite songs of the year. Moving right along, our favorite albums of the year. You would think that they would line up with our favorite songs, but I know for me they don't. Now that we tried it that way, we'll try it the normal way, quote unquote. What's your fifth favorite record or album of the year, Ghost? Scroll over, Ace.
All right. And I'm just going 5-1 straight off
Yeah, go
to
ahead.
clarify. All right. So, fifth favorite album is Diamonds and Freaks by Black Odyssey. I think y'all are familiar with them at this point. I brought quite a few of their tracks. They're fantastic neo soul, R&B, whatever type artists. Their original album, debut album from a couple years ago was it might have been my favorite of that year or it was close to it. And this one did not disappoint. I feel like the production was slightly better and the rapping was slightly worse, but it's so marginal that it's it's still a top tier album in my opinion. Um so that's number 5. Number 4 is U Street Anthology by Rum Gold. This is the track that AM/FM was on. Again, I've kind of off and on listened to him, and I wasn't really a fan of his older stuff. But this album, I gave it a chance, and it was from front to back. It was pretty fantastic. A lot of tracks were on repeat for me. Really enjoyed the production. Had a couple real good features on it. Mariba was, I think, the best one, but there was another one or two that were good. But yeah, very very well put together album. Number three also had one of my favorite tracks of the year. This is the Dutch Williams album. This is one of two that he dropped this year, and this one called what's it the entire universe is decadent and depraved, which is pretty long-winded name, but oops, I'm spelling it wrong. But yeah, this one is jazz, but a lot of electronic elements in it. Uh, I think I was looking for albums that reminded me of the Pharoah Sanders and Floating Points album from a couple years ago. That was one of my favorites from that year, and I came across this artist who doesn't have a lot of listeners and isn't really well known, but this album was very, very great. One of two of the tracks were like just top tier standouts, but the entire thing was really good. Uh, um, yep. So number two is Voice Notes by Yasmin Lacey. This she's a borderline jazz vocalist. I say her stuff is more neo soul than jazz, but a lot of elements of both. It's a long album, but I didn't feel like any tracks were like wasted or long winded. It was like some her older stuff was she dropped a single like more than 5 years ago that I've been listening to all of her new stuff. She recaptured that a different type of sound, but yeah, production on this one was like really really fantastic. One of my favorite neo soul albums of the past few years, honestly. Was really impressed because again, I wasn't expecting a whole lot given previous outputs in the most recent years, but yeah, this one was great. And number one is "Sorrow at Sunrise" by Natanya, who had my favorite track of the year. This album, like I said, the second I heard Parasites, I listened to the entire album because I knew I would love it. And yeah, it's only like 7 or 8 tracks, but
Nice.
favorite album of the year by far. It might be. I think I had a R&B album last year that was my favorite, but I think this might surpass it. Honestly, it
Yeah, I
was.
think it was Pip Millet. I think.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's it's close. I don't know, but it was. This album was like just everything about it. The like every single track was fantastic. Production, lyricism. I don't. It's just you got to listen to it. That's all I got to say because it was. You're really not going to hear anything better, in my opinion. Yeah, that
Nice.
is it for me.
Excellent. Now, for myself, my apologies in advance. I actually don't have five top five that are alive albums, but I did manage to come before, and it doesn't. I don't know if that wants an apology, but I will say I feel as if this year was a bit less special for me, just due to my perception of the music that came out this year. Um, but I do give a lot of credit to us doing that end of the year uh, little review and listen to all the albums that we can because it definitely confirmed the albums I did like, which is the main driver for the albums that are on this list. So starting with number four, I guess technically. Is this getting? Sorry, I have to do the mouse. You might hear some clicking, click clacking. I need one of those soft touch mouse mice. It would be Mick Jenkins, The Patient. Is it a E or a I? It's I. Um, Mick Jenkins has been always been super consistent in my mind. Um,
It's reversed, I think. The I and the E. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I said it out loud and I still did it. Someone fix that. Has always been consistent in my mind. You know what's interesting? And I liked, I know this shouldn't necessarily be a factor. I liked the promo that they did for this album, kind of settling in that this would have a more somber vibe. If you look at the album art, which we probably maybe should include the album arts in the future. If you look at the album art, you can just tell it's gonna be the vibe, but it's still also coupled by bars that feel like they do have a lot of passion to them. So yeah, Mick Jenkins is always gonna be a top tier, probably somewhere on my personal like top 25. If I really give it some deep thought.
He had a
Um,
lot of energy, even though it was maybe more somber topic matter.
I definitely agree. Next would be Mumble Rap 2. If you know if you're gonna sing 2. By Belly. Belly again, one of my favorite artists. I think they're all gonna be pretty much hip hop. One of my favorite artists. That I think, oops, for a while I knew about, but didn't necessarily um do a deep dive into their records. But I just knew they were like, you know, because they're on the same label, or they're on the Weekends label. So I was like, I was like, I should definitely check them out. This is back when labels actually meant something. So yeah, I was wanting to check them out. When I did, their bars just hit in the way that I would want music to hit. I listened to this, I enjoyed it thoroughly. Obviously, not all the records were like super bangers, but there was enough records on there that really made this a standout album for me. And speaking of standout albums, I would say this is like one of the most. The next one, number two, was the most interesting for me. But again, it didn't shock me too much. That being that being Pace We Work, Rip Human Heart by Earth Gang and Spillage Village. You know what's interesting? I feel as if we came out here and said that Earth Gang actually, isn't the highest top tier level of rap talent that you would think they are. Obviously, this is not coming in to be a slight or shade, but this is the type of project where it's like kind of short and concise, and it kind of has the type of bars and type of production that that really hit hard, for lack of a better way to say it. And it just feels more off the tree or root of the Dreamville type of hip hop, which is a combination of, like, you can say more classic, not classic, but more old school rap, but also kind of has that new wave of Midwest Chicago vibe. Just young rappers that really sound like they want to continue the art in the highest form possible, or the best form possible that they can produce. So yeah, I really enjoyed that album. Relatively short and concise, like I said, like I like, because in this day and age where people make albums that are 1 hour and 30 minutes, we want to get to the good stuff quickly. And my favorite album of 2023 would be, of course, no other than Sundial by No Name. I knew exactly when No Name said, "I'm working on my project," which was probably coupled by a post about how uh, there's a bunch of injustice going on and how we need to look towards a more socialist society. That this was going to be an album that I enjoy. When I saw the album art, I was kind of a bit, what's going on here, but you don't let those things block you too much. These artists, they like to, do things outside the box. Yeah, No Name really just put out the most solid project, IMO. Um, yeah, I don't really have not a negative thing to say about the album, which is why I think I'm rating it so high. Um, I guess I could say the shots that they sent to Kendrick and Beyonce is kind of, huh? But but they also kind of, said as much about themselves, how they are also could be considered a somebody that's involved in, the industry of, promoting certain things and being involved a part of certain things. Yeah, I mean, No Name is just probably one of my, if not my favorite female artists of this day and age. I super love their music. I super love their messaging. Um, yeah, they don't often miss, and this album definitely wasn't misses either. It definitely seemed like they took their time making it, and it's greatly appreciated. I genuinely thoroughly enjoy listening to them rap. And that's it for me. Ace, what about you?
All right, mine's gonna be pretty boring considering the tracks all came from these albums. I probably should have tried to find another track for my favorites, but regardless, I'll go through them. So starting with number 5, I'm going to go Sunbrella, Heartworn. So again, this is a shoegaze album, modern shoegaze by and it's this quote unquote band of one dude. Um, and yeah, I mean it sounds like a full band almost, but I don't exactly know how he does it. But either way, it's just great modern shoegaze. Um, a lot of good, I mean, a lot of solid tracks on it. A few of them I had on repeat throughout the year. Um, so yeah, and again, this was a new discovery for this year. Next one is going to be a place you grew up in, La Veda. So this is the name of the album. It was also the name of the track. That was one of my favorites. Um, Again, this is an alternative indie band, and they have a like late '90s sound, which basically all of these bands have, and so in one way or another. Um, and yeah, this is a band that I really would have liked to see live, but did not get the opportunity. Next one is going to be Tanuki-chan.
Did you know about this Tanuki-chan artist before you went and saw them live?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Um, so yeah, this was a new artist that I discovered earlier this year. Um, I think their song came up on a playlist on Spotify, or one of their songs came up on a playlist, and I was just blown away by how good it sounded. They're a shoegaze band, but I feel like they they're very good with like they don't push the genre too much, but just enough to where it doesn't sound like your typical, like My Bloody Valentine esque or slow dive esque type songs. Like it feels more like I guess feels more like late My Bloody Valentine, like 2013 era, new like a newer take on the genre. Another band that makes music similar to them is Ringo Death Star. Uh so where am I at? Number 2 now. Hold on. Please.
I like how y'all's is, oh, maybe not US, but maybe not even US. Y'all's genres nice and diverse, and then you have me hip hop.
Uh, Mine are two two different genres, but all right. So then I'm at number 2. All right. So number 2, I'm going to go Slow Pulp. Um, their album from this year, Yard. I'm kind of surprised that this isn't my number 1 because I absolutely love this band. I wasn't sure how much I was gonna like this album based on some of the singles that came out earlier this year, but and I think late last year as well. But the a few of those singles didn't end up being on the album, and then yeah, pretty much everything on the album is just gold. It's again that perfect late '90s sound, late '90s pop, alternative pop sound um, that I really go for. They also have like a kind of a I wouldn't say folk, kind of like a country type slant ish, which is becoming more popular nowadays, in the vein of like Alex G and his take on the country sound. Um, but yeah, I absolutely love this band. Everything they put out, I'm always looking forward to whatever they put out, and also they were great live. Very great show. So this was alternative indie, and then my top is going to be Crushed and their album
Consistent.
Extra, Extra Life. So again, this is an album. I mean, this is an artist that I discovered earlier this year. However, so they had a song that came up on the playlist. I love this song, and eventually, I listened to the album, and eventually I realized like the singer sounded familiar. So did a little bit of digging and found out that they're in another band called Temple of Angels. That I'm not too into their music. They're again, like another shoegaze band, but they have a couple tracks that I really liked in the past. So I had no idea that the singer was doing this new project, but yeah, it definitely makes sense that that I like it as much as I do. And I found a quick quote that kind of encapsulates how I keep saying that these are like late '90s sounding. This band said in an interview that they they wanted to make a band that sounds like Natalie Imbruglia's Torn. So that's I really love that song, but yeah, that like really that song like encapsulates the the sound that that band and a lot of these bands kind of touch on to me anyway. So yeah, that's my list.
Nice. Dope. And then last but not least, Wes, what would be your top five favorite albums of 2023? Let us know if you need
Cool.
help with getting or in putting them in.
No, no, I'm good now. I'm actually gonna start at three. I don't have five. Um,
Great at it.
but good looks on that Rip Human Heart because that was quality. And if I listened to it more, I probably would have added that as a fourth. Um, but yeah, for number three, I'm also gonna go No Name Sundial. Um, and I had actually
Team
started
No Name.
I started the list by, or I started, making these lists, and I was thinking about my top five songs. I was trying to put a No Name song in there, but I realized there were too many on the album that I couldn't choose between. So I was like, all right, this is gonna be a top album. So yeah, I enjoyed the No Name a lot. Um,
Hold up.
so for,
Whoa.
for
Hold up. If we're gonna have the same album, we gotta be consistent here.
how so? Oh, the genre. Yeah, sure. This is
No,
why I asked
I'll
you.
put it. I'll put it with both.
All
They
right.
do rap. They
All right,
do
cool.
rap.
Um, so yeah, so for number two here, uh, Sean Mason's "The Southern Suite," um, the album that the song "Closure" came off of. Um, and it was released as a single before the album came out. Uh, so the Southern Suite, the entire album has elements of obviously more Southern sound. I think he's from South Carolina, if I recall correctly. But it actually, in a way, reminds me of what Oliver Nelson did, um, which Oliver Nelson, The Blues and the Abstract Truth, which I spoke about earlier, which is like is a certified classic. Like that's a classic. But I like that that new people on the scene are doing stuff like this, and I I usually am not too big of a fan of the New Orleans and Southern jazz type sound, but I think that the incorporation of it again harkens back to the classics, the legends, and the fact that this is where the music came from, and he has good. I heard him speak about the album a little bit, and he has good uh, motivation and thoughts about the music. So I appreciate that, and it comes out in the sound. And so for number one, uh, I'm gonna go with Samara Joy again. in the full album Linger a While. Again, she does a lot of standards in her style, and uh, she harkens back to the legends as well, Ella Fitzgerald, Sarah Vaughan type stuff, um, and I think she just does it really well again. And I think the compositions are great. Um, I think the musicians that she chose are great. Like it gets back to that feel that I mean, yeah, like Ella Fitzgerald and stuff, like the stuff that you don't really expect to hear anymore, done well, done with such class and execution. So again, listen to her; she's doing good things.
Excellent. And there you have it, our favorite albums of the year. I guess just real briefly as a whole, what would you rate the year, or how would you describe the year music? I guess we should have to get to we should have to wait to get the top artists. And we'll do the top artists first. Rounding out music, we have our top artists of the year. If you're paying attention or following us when it comes to the songs and the art and the albums, I'm pretty sure there'll be no shockers here. But Ghost, who would you say is your favorite artist of 2023? Scroll
This
over.
one,
I mean, Ghost, scroll. What would you say is yours? And Ace can scroll over a bit. Yeah. Sorry.
yeah. So I was torn between two artists. I was gonna go with Netanya because again, that album she dropped this year was top tier. But I'm gonna go with Anais. She's or Anais. I don't know how you pronounce it, but she's UK. Well, ethnicity is Senegalese French, which is pretty funny. But uh, she's a UK R&B artist, and she dropped a deluxe album of or a deluxe version of her album from 2021, which was This Is No Longer a Dream, which is one of my favorite albums of that year. But the deluxe, like she dropped some singles leading up to it, it made me go back and listen to the full album again, and it's so it's just so good. Like I think y'all have heard a couple of the songs I brought them for, but like she has some songs in this that I like music a lot, but I usually never say that it inspires me to change myself as a person. And there were a
Wow.
couple of songs on this that actually did that, which is very surprising. But yeah,
That's shocking considering who you are.
yeah,
Like,
yeah, it is. But it's a very good album, and just the fact that like she had that effect and that never happens for me. Plus, again, the album deluxe was amazing. Usually, deluxes are just kind of BS for streaming nowadays, but this is a legit deluxe. Like there was additional tracks on it, remix of the single, so very well done. So I think she gets the nod for my artist of the year. And listen to Ultraviolet Counts because that's probably my favorite track from the remixes and the original.
Dope, dope. I mean, hey, I mean, music. Part of music, it is the purpose is to move you in some way. So, I mean, sounds appropriate. For me, I don't think it's gonna be shocking. I've already gave them enough praise or glaze, depending on how you look at it. Why isn't it typing? Where am I? There we go. Mine's going to be No Name. Yeah, they just hit it out of the park for me this year. Um, and I think I mentioned it before, but I particularly when I'm looking at like artists in general, like obviously, we obviously look at the talent and the content, things of that nature. But I don't look at artists in general. I do like do somewhat take in consideration their movement, how well they collab with other art that I like. I mentioned it earlier this year, but they did a Tiny Desk um concert and with Shmino. I think Saba might have been part of it too, which would just make all the sense in the world. And that was like one of the dopest pieces of content I heard throughout the year. They're another artist that seems to do what they do pretty effortlessly, which I give a lot of credit to. They're very How should I describe? They stick to their messaging. um, and yeah, I they're just dope. Like one of the artists, y'all know me. I don't necessarily have a huge list of artists that I want to see live, but I think they are on the list. Um, yeah, they're absolutely positively dope. Salute on there. What about you, Wes?
Yeah, I'm gonna stay consistent. I'm gonna say Samara Joy. And just to add, um, that Linger a While was the deluxe edition as well. Reminded me Ghost. Uh, but yeah, I mean, I think I already sang her praises enough. Um, yeah, I don't think there's anything for me to add right now.
And last but not least, Ace, who is your favorite artist of this year?
All right, I'm gonna break the mold and throw in Holy Fawn here. Even though they did not release an album, they did drop a single, which kind of brought me back to listening to them. And then, of course, like I said, seeing them live, I've thought about this again and again. I constantly think about what my favorite show has been and like best performance that I've seen. And the more I think about it, the more I push them towards the top. They might be at the top now for just like all time best show I've ever seen, all time best performance. Like I cannot describe how how impactful seeing them live was, and just how much of a vibe that was, how much energy that was, that came with their performance. Just so heavy. And like I don't know if I've ever said this, but the reason I got into shoegaze is just that I like the I like the origin of the genre being like trying to push what you could do with guitars and like how they could sound, and just pushing the experimentation um to like the fullest extent, and getting to the point where like some it verges on being noise, but you can still extract beauty from that if you manipulate, like if you manipulate the sound correctly. um and I think this artist does that extremely well, where it's just a super heavy, very noisy sound, but you can still hear the beauty in it.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so yeah, like I absolutely love seeing them live. Like I said, I just I put their music on rotation. After that, after seeing them live, and other music in the and that has a similar vibe. And yeah, like I want to see him again. I just they're definitely my favorite artist this year. So yeah.
Dope, dope. And there you have it, our favorite artists of 2023. Yeah, like I was saying before, I guess just real quick, I'm curious to hear y'all thoughts on the year now that we've reached the end of it. Obviously we've said some of our opinions throughout the year, but I guess now to kind of conclude things, what do you think? What would you rate the year? What do you think of the year in general? Did it? How does it compare to your previous years in your opinion? We'll start with you, Ghost.
Um, I would rate it. I'll rate it pretty high. Gets knocked down because of the trash year that hip hop had, but like basically outside of that, it was a great year all around. Otherwise, for music, maybe it could have been more jazz releases, but what we got was fine. And it's a ton of UK R&B, UK R&B artists that I found that I enjoyed. So I'd say I don't know, 8.5 out of 10.
I don't know. What about you, Wes? What do you think of this year in general? If you want to give a rating to it, how does it compare to other years for you?
I certainly wouldn't say that I was tapped into the 2023 artists and releases as much as I could have been. What I was tapped into was excellent, so I'm mad at it. Um, Compared to previous years, still excellent. And say it's significantly worse or better. Um, so yeah, I'm not mad at it. Uh, I don't know if number to place. I don't know, like a 8. Yeah. Um,
And then how about you, Ace? What do you think of this year in general, music wise? Love it, hate it, somewhere in between.
I loved it. I thought there was a lot of great new music coming out. I mentioned that most of my art, or well, yeah, most of the artists that I mentioned, um, were new discoveries for me. So I guess that was probably the only thing. Like I didn't have a lot of artists that I've been into that dropped a lot of new music this year, but still, the fact that I got so much new, so many new artists that I now have as artists I'll be checking for in the future. Yeah, that was definitely great. I feel like it was a lot of music discovery this year. That was good. Um, Compared to previous years, I s- I think this was good, if not better, in terms of discovering new artists. Um, and yeah, even with the hip hop, like I said before, I don't need the whole genre of hip hop to be good as long as I get um good albums that enough albums that come out of it. I probably got like a solid 7 that I'll have on rotation for the the coming months. So that's good enough for me. Like I listen to albums on repeat anyway. Um so yeah, if I were to put a number on it, I'd probably say 9.
Excellent, nice. It's actually really dope to hear you guys rate the year so highly. And after myself, I'll probably be the odd one out. I don't think this year was too spectacular when it comes to music. And kind of to what you said, Ghost, while you're 100% right about maybe it's just a hip hop problem, on the one hand, maybe it is my brain being a bit too black culture, thinking if hip hop's not great, then that means music's not great in general. But also, I think it is reflective in the fact that hip hop is technically like the most listened to genre. I mean, even though there's a lot of genres that combine into that to probably make that true, but I think there is some credence, evidence, I don't know, to support that hip. If the top genre is doing well, then music can be, you can see music doing well, and then vice versa. But that isn't to say there wasn't some dope projects. Um, and I think the reason why I asked, or why we asked or think about it in terms of previous years, I think there were previous years where there was a definitive sound or projects that caught my attention that really stuck with me. Not say that didn't happen this year, but it just seemed like that was the what a lot of people were conveying, that there's just not music that's really sticking or hitting as hard as previous years. And it's not always a positive thing or productive thing to chase. Wanting to have the same level of enjoyment that you got from previous years, but you do tend to notice it. And I think for me personally, with the sound I typically like to hear these days, that either being like trap trenches type of rap, or I guess alternatively more like classic, not classic, but like 90s alternative sound that I enjoy. Not that relates to hip hop, but just that's what I'm consuming a lot of these days. But on the hip hop side, I don't think a lot of that came out. Like in previous years, there was that Dirk and Lil Baby tape, and then there was Fabio Foreign that dropped the project. Those really hit hard. Those are projects that I'm continue listening to. And then a super long time ago, we had like Nipsey album that kind of filled that niche for me. So I guess I'm just not hearing exactly what I want to hear. But if I look outside of that, there's still products that are coming out that are exceeding, if not meeting my expectations. All that to say, I would tend to rate it more average, more probably on the 4 range, just because that, again, based off of what I really want to hear these days. And to kind of surmise, I feel as if even like if a J Cole, which historically is one of my favorite artists, dropped a project, I don't even know if that would fully excite me, just because I don't know if that sound would would be exactly what I'm want to be tuned in, if that makes sense. But I still look forward to what hip hop has to bring continually, and music in general, because most music is way bigger than just hip hop. But that concludes, not concludes, But moving on to the other genres and content types that we consumed and enjoyed this year. Moving right along to movies. Yes, there was a lot of movies that came out this year. 2023 was also a year a strike happened, so you could argue there was not even just like changes that happened to movies that probably wouldn't otherwise happen. There were movies that we were looking forward to that got pushed back to like down the line. But there were still movies that came out, and I'm super curious to know what y'all favorite movie was. Starting with you, Ghost. What would you say was your favorite movie of 2023, or movies if you have a couple?
Um, this probably won't come as a surprise, but yeah, it's Into the Spider Verse pretty easily. Like, there was a lot of good movies this year, in my opinion. I went to the movies a few times. Oppenheimer was real good, but the Spider Verse, or sorry, Across the Spider Verse was the best animated movie of all time, in my opinion. Second best superhero movie of all time. I've brought it as a recommendation before. I sang its praises, tried to put y'all on with varying success. But yeah, top tier, 10 out of 10.
Fair enough. As for me, just prelude or give the disclaimer about, you know, I would argue I didn't necessarily watch a ton of movies this year, which is interesting because it's probably typically true of me, but in previous years I actually did consume a lot of the movies that came out, even ones that I didn't plan to consume. But this year I literally could like name off the movies that I saw. I won't bore y'all with the details, but like some of them include the Barbie movie and the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle movie. So it's really a small basket of movies. But one movie I did see with y'all and thoroughly enjoyed, no surprise, was the Oppenheimer movie. Yes. Man, it was a bit long. But I think it brought out that story in a way that people can thoroughly enjoy. There was even a literal like how do you miss an actor that I even realized is an actor, and they were one of my favorite parts of the movie. So I guess I don't know if that speaks any volumes, but it was a dope movie all around. If you're not familiar with that story, and if you haven't seen the movie for whatever reason, that's definitely the movie that you probably should go and see if you have the patience to watch a movie like that. What about you, Wes?
I'm gonna give an honorable mention. They clone Tyrone. Uh, I enjoyed that movie very much. However, my top, I'm going to go with Cinnamon. Um, and it was just, it was kind of the way in which, I guess I should put it in there. It was kind of the way in which I came across it, as well as the actual quality of the movie so my wife saw a clip, sent me the clip, and we were both like, "What the heck is this?" And then we watched it, and it was the heck? And it lived up to the hype and more. Like it was just a very good movie, and for everybody, it was on Tubi. So, and it's a black movie.
What the? Are you coming out here and recommending two movies? Man, get that
Yes,
out of
yes.
here.
But yeah, it's low key a very good movie. So I
Man, they be
recommend it.
saying Tubi's like the spirit of like streaming services.
It is, which is another reason why I was so shocked that I enjoyed it so much. Yeah, it's got Pam Grier in it, Damon Wayne. Yeah, a little bit of
Yeah.
punishment.
You're
Hmm.
not here to come on here and slander anyone's choices. And what about you, Ace? What was your favorite movie of this year?
All right, so I am going to have to ditto Ghost and say Across the Spider Verse. Um, Ghost sang its praises, so I won't do too much of that. Obviously, it's my favorite of the year, so I liked it a lot. But I will say, going into it, for some reason, this is probably just me being very dumb. I did not know that it was the second in a trilogy, so I thought a lot of the stuff that was happening in the movie was going to be resolved by the end, and that did lead to a little initial disappointment on my first watch. However, once I realized that Yeah, just as Ghost said, like the animation is literally the top of the tier. It's incredible. I I I've watched it multiple times just to rewatch like some of the fight sequences or the action sequences because just every like literally every frame it's like reading a comic book and just seeing um uh the highest tier of art like in every panel. It's just amazing. And yeah, the story is great. Um Again, I wish it got wrapped up in two movies, but it's fine. The movie probably would have been 5 hours, so we're good. We're good. But yeah, that was a great one too.
Fair enough. Our top movies of this year. Be sure to check them out if you haven't seen them. Moving along, top slash favorite shows. Again, similar to movies, the strike may or may not have some level of impact. Um, and admittedly, maybe I should wait till it gets to me, but I feel as if TV shows just aren't necessarily the same as they used to be. Like when they don't have as many seasons, they don't hit the same. But that's coming from a person that doesn't necessarily consume a lot of show TV. Even the streaming service that I have that I be paying for, I don't necessarily watch the latest and greatest of the things that everybody be talking about. So I'm actually curious to know what y'all will say about this. But I'll start with you, Ghost. What would you consider your favorite show of this year?
I didn't watch too much TV this year, but of the shows I did watch, I did enjoy them all. So, honorable mention goes to Better Call Saul, which technically wrapped up in 2022. I got around to watching it this year. I watched the final 3 seasons in the span of like 2 weeks, and it was amazing. But it didn't drop this year, so just honorable mention. Uh, I guess another one goes to Blue Eye Samurai, which I've recommended before. It's, and I don't want to call it anime, but animation. Watch it; it's great. But I'd say it goes to the Bear, which I think made one of our lists yet last year off of one episode. But I watched the entirety of season 1 and season 2 this year. Season 2 did drop actually this year. Season 1 was last year, but it was extremely good. It has a level of, I don't know if I say realism, but it feels genuine, I guess is the way I would describe it. Like the characters feel very real, very vivid. It feels like you're watching like just people go around their business, even if it is dramatized. Like it's just it's so well done. Even if some of the characters I wasn't the biggest fan of, I still appreciated the writing, and I appreciated the characters even if I didn't like them. And there was a couple of very excellent standout episodes in particular in the season that in the middle, like around the middle, that they weren't, I wouldn't call them flashback episodes, but they weren't like directly related to the central plot, but it was still so well done that they stood out above the rest. So yeah, pencil in the Bear. Hopefully season 3 is as good whenever that comes out.
Excellent. For me, if you know anything about me, if I am watching a show, it's probably gonna be an anime. Not to say I don't have a laundry list of shows that I do want to watch and or go back and watch, but if I'm watching a show, I usually have to watch that with other people. Anime is something I can consume by myself, and that's just me. I'm gonna enjoy it. And this year, particularly, interestingly enough, this anime was my favorite manga of last year. So it's unsurprising, but also pleasantly surprising that they made the anime, and it was just said it's not more fire. That would be Mashal, Magic and Muscle. I just be calling it Mashal, but that's the whole title. Um, yeah. I probably gave it some level of praise last year when I talked about the manga, but yeah, I mean, when it comes to a show, especially animation, the thing that's really gonna keep me drawn into it or drop it, I don't really drop things because I'm a completionist, but not really enjoy consuming it, is the protagonist. I think a show lives and dies by its protagonist a lot of times, and um, even if the the way the protagonist in this particular show you could argue is like uninteresting or like kind of confusing sometimes. I like a protagonist that's consistent. They don't have to start. They don't have to start off as like a punk. I mean, I'm thinking about other protagonists. They don't start off as like somebody that needs to like
I know exactly.
grow and evolve and like be this underdog that's weak willed and then they become someone strong. No, this guy's from the jump, they come out the gate swinging, literally. So if you like action, fantasy, kind of spoilers, but I don't really care about spoiler culture that much. If you're also a fan of the Harry Potter universe, you'll probably like this too. So yeah, that was definitely my favorite show of this year. Wes,
So for me, I'm gonna
there's
go
gonna be another
a
Tubi
little bit.
exclusive.
No. But I'm gonna go a little bit bear style because season 3 of Lupin came out this year, and I only watched like an episode or two, and so it's shaping up to be good. I already know the quality of the show from the previous 2 seasons, and so that's what I'm gonna put down. I didn't watch a ton of TV, so but it's definitely a good show overall.
For those of us who are uninitiated,
Oh yeah, I
any
guess
brief, I have no clue
I
what this
guess
show
I just assume that everybody knows
Yeah,
what
I've
it
never
is at
heard of
this
it.
point. Really? Okay. Well, it's on Netflix, and I don't know. It got decent buzz, but it's a French show, and it's the star actor Omar Sy is a Senegalese French person, and it's about like a heist show because he's a robber, a
Hmm.
gentleman robber is the premise, based on a series, French book series. Um, but yeah, very good show. Recommend it.
Dope.
And last but not least, Ace, what was your favorite show of 2023?
All right, so I'm gonna honorable mention the One Piece live action. Um,
I was thinking
it
about that.
yeah. I just had to throw in a mention. It wasn't my favorite thing that I ever watched, but it did get me into One Piece in general. Um, and yeah, that was pretty huge because it's not. I did not think I was gonna get into One Piece ever. Given the length of it and how goofy I thought it looked, but truly, it's just a great story, great adventure story. A lot of um, a lot of just really like wild and out there stuff that's thrown into it, but it all works within the context of the universe. So I highly recommend One Piece in general. Late to the game, but and then my actual top show is going to be Beef, which I mentioned or which I've recommended on the pod earlier this year. So again, this is um, yeah, this is a show that came out early this year. I thought it was last year, um, but yeah, and it stars Stephen Yun, who was Glenn in The Walking Dead, and then Ali Wong, who's a comedian. And it starts off, the first scene of the show is them getting into like a road rage type altercation, and the rest of the show like kind of follows the aftermath of that and like their interactions, whether it be trying to get revenge or just trying to deal with what happened. um and yeah, it's a comedy. Like there's a lot of moments in the show that are hilarious, but I would also call it a tragic comedy because there are some really dark moments in the show too. Um but yeah, I absolutely loved it from beginning to end. Kept me hooked. I probably watched it in the span of maybe a week or a couple weeks. Highly, highly recommend.
Excellent. Beautiful. And there you have it. Our favorite shows of the year. Yeah, I would say I'm not too tuned into the beef show, but this is definitely a dope selection, even just from my understanding and view. So yeah, we think you tell anyone that looks on this looking for a new show or a show that they missed, you'll definitely enjoy these joints. Next, we move to our favorite. I don't even know what we call this. Other content type. So this includes, things outside of music, movies, and shows. So these could include your favorite book, your favorite manga series, your favorite game, video game, podcast, etc. And maybe if in the future any of those particular subjects or types becomes big enough, then maybe we'll have to come on here and say, what's your favorite book of the year? But for now, we kind of lump it into one, and curious to know what y'all came up with. Starting with you, Ghost. What's your favorite other type of content for this year?
So I am gonna recommend a book for this one. I did a lot of reading this year, but not a whole lot of stuff I would recommend. Just I wasn't blown away in particular by anything, but this book series, particularly the first book, it's a trilogy, was very good. It's the series is called Murder of Crows by Scott Tolbane. Goodreads is down right now, so I don't know the name of the first book. See These Bones.
It's
That's what it's called.
I
See
just
These
noticed
Bones.
that.
okay. It's only down on the phone on the app. I think I have it
Okay,
up on the computer. Yeah.
figures. But yeah, it's the first book in particular I recommend. See These Bones, but it's essentially a superhero type uh superhero genre, and it's kind of has your the basic bare bones uh outline of the MC goes to university school, whatever, to learn about the powers, blah blah blah. But it is, I would say, borderline adult in tone because it's very very dark. Like it's not it's not a happy series at all, but it is done pretty well. I do like the main character. He's I think he's a Quest type of main character that I just think that you would enjoy it, Quest. But it's like, yeah, it has a pretty interesting twist in a lot of the typical superhero tropes. I do like that genre a lot, specifically when they put twists on it. So yeah, I recommend it. It is pretty intriguing. The last book wasn't bad, but it wasn't my cup of tea, but it was still overall a good series. And I forgot to actually type it in, so let me do that now.
It's all good while you're typing that in.
You gonna read
I
it, Quest?
actually, huh?
Say it again.
I said you're gonna read it, Quest.
Oh,
I watched the movie at the show when they make it.
yeah, they ain't gonna get a movie of this one, but
I actually have two, so can one of y'all make me another space? Um, the first one would be a manga series that just dropped, and you know what's interesting? I actually feel as if I don't consume a lot of new manga series just because the ones that I'm currently on are like series that have been around for years and years and years, and I don't know if y'all can relate to this. Are y'all more inclined to? I mean, maybe this is obvious, and maybe books are different. Are y'all more inclined to wait until you finish one book until you start another one? That's normal, right?
Mm, No,
No.
I mean
Oh,
yes.
shite.
Depends. Depends.
Well, that's how I operate. Like I don't know. Not that I can't consume more because like I do my Sunday morning manga read throughs where I just go through everything. I don't mind if it's a bunch of them. It's just for whatever reason I'm not looking for no. I wasn't looking for no new ones until I finished the ones I'm on. But I for whatever reason did felt compelled to bump. This one happened. This one dropped relatively recent. It might have not even be like five, might even be like 3 months old or less. But it's anything that can capture my attention. I give a lot of praise to, especially in the manga space. and that would be Mama Yu Yu. I didn't even know that's the title. Yeah, it's a dope series that came out recently, Shonen Jump manga. Um, how do you explain it in a non-spoiler way? It deals with it's kind of a fantasy vibe. Deals with kind of like when you think of a RPG, how there's a hero and how there's a villain, and how they like destined to clash. It deals with that subject in a unique way. So typical, I don't want to say typical, make it sound like it's not worth bumping into, but for lack of a better term, typical action manga has good fights, has good characters. Um, I'm rocking with it so far, and it's definitely caught my attention. It's definitely my favorite new manga series of this year. Second one is a game. I'm not a gamer by any stretch of the imagination, although I am a pro gamer whenever I do pick up a controller. I even said it as much. Um, and I don't actually. This is maybe y'all are gonna laugh me at the part. I didn't actually play this. I didn't actually play any of these. I give I give these games credit based off the enjoyment of the let's plays that I've been watching for them. The honorable mentions would be Street Fighter Six. Street Fighter Six is literally probably the best fighting game that's came out in a long time. It's just really, I mean, it's Street Fighter, so it's obviously gonna like be a banger. But the fact that, despite any of y'all try to say, the previous Street Fighter wasn't well received, the fact that it could spin the block and drop a banger fighting game that's probably gonna be the best fighting game for a while, that did a lot of credit. And like, I thoroughly enjoy watching fighting game tournaments, and the tournaments for Street Fighter Six have been like incredible. Like, just like you're literally on the edge of your seat. Another honorable mention is Baldur's Gate 3. I wasn't even tuned into the Baldur's Gate community or franchise. Like a streamer that I was watching randomly mentioned it, like saying they're looking forward to it. So when it came out, I was tuned in, and yeah, like you know what it gives me? It gives me, this is a if you know vibe. Back in the day, we played a Lord of the Rings RPG game. I don't know
Oh my
which one was called.
gosh.
That
The,
game gives that vibe. Heavy,
the
heavy,
third
heavy.
age.
Yes. Um, and obviously the game got the acclaim it did. So yeah, I don't need to say too much of praise. Baldur's Gate 3 is just a phenomenal game. And it captured the attention of a lot of people, even people that I didn't think would be playing an RPG like that. It's a phenomenal game. But the actual game that I'm giving one of my favorite content pieces of this year. This is I'm blown away by this, by the way. No one's gonna predict this. RoboCop, the Rogue City. I don't know what compelled a game dev to make a RoboCop game, but they did, and it's so funny, bro. It's not even meant to be funny because RoboCop isn't a comedy, but it's so funny, bro. It's and it's when it's well made. It's like it plays like you feel the weight of the character. It's it's kind of mind-boggling. It's like a such polished game. Like all the little intricacies that you find are still like messed up in games. They'll drop a game like Cyberpunk, and they'll still a bunch of bugs and glitches. None of that's in this game. It's like none of that. And they even use some of the original VAs from the old movie, which is also impressive. Yeah, it makes me want to just go back and get into the world of RoboCop. Um,
Wild.
Dang, we
yeah.
probably.
What makes it funny? Like usually when you say game is funny, I'm thinking like it's funny bad, like Gollum or some shit. But
It's funny because like it's a RoboCop game, which RoboCop is from like the 80s or whatever the case may be, but you're looking at it from a 2020s lens, and like the way the characters behave and the way like RoboCop behaves, it's just funny. You gotta like play it or see it to. I would recommend a let's play, watching a let's play of
So
it.
it's because they like committed to the 80s vibe, even though it's 2023. And it's like, who was
It-
this? Why did they make something so accurate to
yeah,
the
exactly.
okay, okay.
Also, if it means anything to anybody, maybe it's a turn off. It's incredibly violent too. Incredibly violent.
Oh.
Yeah, the
But
movies
yeah,
were violent. I remember the movies being violent.
but yeah, it's. I just gotta give it some credit because I literally was laughing out loud, like consuming it. So that's, yeah, salute to them. They made a banger. Anyway, what about you, Wes? What would you say is your favorite other type of content for this year?
Okay, so um, I actually realized I did read a book from 2023. So for that, that reason alone, and the fact that it is a very good book, I will list it on my other content. I'm just getting the name here, the author's name. Doo-doo-doo. So it's actually a nonfiction book, and it is. Bear with me a second. I lost my Google. Um, So the name of the book is The Things We Make, and basically the premise is that um it's a guy, he has a YouTube channel called The Engineer Guy, and he actually talks about different engineering principles and the engineering method, how they how it's used to shape the world, and he just has a really interesting take, and he like pulls um or he has a good overview of what the engineering method is, and the significance of it and the difference of the engineering method versus science, and gets into the idea that the work of science is kind of plays a support role in a way to the built world and the engineering world, um because there's certain things that that science hasn't quite worked out, but engineers have been able to engineer and bring things into existence that you don't know every fundamental principle of, but you can still use the things that we do know and the rules of thumb and different things that different methods in order to make amazing things. So it just gives a good overview of the profession, um and what it is and what it isn't. And I think that having gone to through the programs that I did in studying and talking to and working with engineers for a long time, I think that the messages in the book were things that every engineer should know and every engineer should have a good sense of, that they don't really tell you directly in school. So yeah, that was that. And then to go with another book, um, which was certainly not written in 2023, but impacted my 2023 or my year and my reading probably the most profoundly outside of the Bible, the work of fiction, um, and that is the Brothers Karamazov. I read it this year. Um, Most readers have heard of it, know about it, um, but it deserves all the praise it gets. It is a life changing book. And I'll probably read it again. The version I read was the Penguin edition. And I've heard that it's not even the most acclaimed version, translated by David McDuff. Um, but yeah, I took this thing, I traveled with it, I sat with it, I really tried to dig into it, and it was very, very rewarding, very rewarding. Uh, just a whole bunch of just yeah, really, really intense moments where you really get introspective and get to contemplate a lot of things that the author deals with, a lot of the subject matter. But yeah, great, great book.
So you said the Penguin version isn't the one. Are you? Is it like
Yeah,
a
this it's
annotated one
the
or?
yes, annotated. The annotations are good, but they say the translations. This is not the best translation. There's other translations. I think people like
Oh,
the Pavir and Volnikovsky version, where it's like a couple that translated.
Jeez.
And they usually talk about like the voice and everything. And with books like this, it gets people get very particular. But there's other translations, and I'll probably read another translation at some point.
Huh.
But yeah, I bought it. Well, I bought it at the beginning of the year, I think, and yeah, really, really just it pulled me in. It was one of those can't put it down type books for me.
Fair enough. Last but not least, Ace, what was your favorite other content type for 2023?
I was gonna make a joke and say my favorite new book was War and Peace, but like Wes already kind of did something similar. So no, I'm just gonna do one. I'm gonna do a podcast, and it is called "We're Here to Help." So it's actually a new podcast. It started this year. Um, the hosts are Gareth Reynolds, who is a comedian, more well known for being one of the hosts on another podcast called The Dollop. And then Jake Johnson, who any New Girl fans is plays Nick from New Girl. Um, so the show is
That's like the main guy.
yep.
Yeah.
Um, so the show is basically they'll have people call in and just about any random problem that they have, and Gareth and Jake will try to solve or give them potential solutions to solve it, and the caller kind of says what they're leaning towards as what they're gonna actually do. But it's a comedy podcast, so like the problems are very random. Very Some of them are just very ridiculous. And then the solutions are just as just as random and ridiculous. But I don't know. I found myself liking it a lot. I typically find it hard to keep up with podcasts. And I'll go like long stretches without listening to them, and then just be behind in general. But with this, like whenever I come back to it, I'm just blasting through the episodes because they're short too. They're only like half hour max. Um, and yeah, they do like two calls per episode. But yeah, it's just hilarious. I say like one thing it reminds me of is Car Talk from back in the day. If anybody's familiar with that, it was a show where these two dudes um take calls from people who have random problems with their cars and try to diagnose it. That was um, a little bit less comedy. It was hilarious, but it was like more real world advice about something that they could actually fix. But um,
Which, in hindsight, why didn't they just go to their mechanic and tell them all these problems instead of calling on the radio? To
yeah,
what was
what
it? And what was those guys' credentials? I'd be thinking about that show in
they
hindsight.
had legit credentials, but I don't even think it was like mechanics. I think they were like I want to say one of them might have been a professor or something like that. Like they were not just some Joe schmoes off the street, even though it sounded like it, which was another part of the show that made it hilarious. But yeah, and another element to car talk too was like sometimes people will call back in and say, this was actually a problem you were right or whatever. And this show has that too a little bit where people have started to call back in and say what they actually did. And there's been episodes where they've kind of changed up the formula a little bit, like as far as maybe one episode they like called a friend first before they called the person. So just little things like that. And then they also have hosts, I mean guest hosts on too. A lot of people from other actors from New Girl, which is also good. I was a New Girl fan, so he like hearing those actors on the show, a lot of them really are a lot like their character, in particular Jake Johnson, and the dude who played Winston, just a hilarious guy. So yeah, hearing them on the show is awesome. And then Gareth is mad funny too. So yeah, great show. I've had a lot of fun with it this year.
Dope. I love when we can come on here and shout out other podcasts. If you're a fan of I'm just joking. But if you're a fan of podcasts by actors, apparently the brother from Drake and Josh, isn't it Josh Peck? I think he does a podcast, and apparently it's entertaining. I saw a clip of it the other day where we were talking to Miranda Cosgrove, and apparently she's a incredibly wholesome young lady. But that's neither here nor there. Nice. So if you're in the business or interest of checking out new books, a manga series, a game, or a podcast, we direct you to our favorites of this year. Moving right along, top favorite content creator. Obviously, we all well, I don't know if this I'm speaking for everybody. I consume a lot of content, whether it be streamers, podcasts, just YouTube content creators. You know, not on the level of an actor or actress per se, but somebody that puts out content, and we want to shout them out. So, our favorite content creator of the year. Go ahead, Ghost.
All right. My first one will be a shout out. Uh, one of y'all, I think it was you, Quest, recommended him last year or something. It was Video Game Donkey.
Oh no, that was
And
me, right?
Yeah, that might have been
was
Ace.
that you? Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, no, okay. Yeah, it's like I don't actively like I haven't gone through all his videos, nothing, but I come across him every once in a while, and he's so strangely funny because
Yeah.
he's like half genuine and half like just bullshitting. In particular, his review of the Gollum video game was incredibly funny. But so yeah, shout out to him. Just I don't know. It's so refreshing to see someone that just doesn't give a fuck and will put out a video about anything, literally anything, and just people enjoy it because he's funny. But I'm gonna go the repeat from
Nice.
last year. Athletic Alchemy. He's a sports media as I wouldn't say sports media, sports podcast host. He does like breakdown to NBA games. And he's both funny and pretty well versed in it because he's not like professional, but he's played and is different because a lot of these dudes that cover the NBA are like just white dudes that have never stepped foot on an NBA court or a court in general. But
Skip Bayless.
yeah. So he has like some perspective on both aspects of like playing and just analyzing. Plus, he's the type of dude that has like I don't want to say schoolyard humor, but every video he's always roasting someone like their hairline or their looks or just some of it's immature, but it's pretty entertaining. And his Patreon's like $2, something crazy cheap. So I definitely recommend checking him out.
Got you.
See, what did I say last year?
And yeah, obviously it goes without saying, and I didn't need to say it, but yeah, obviously you can 100% add repeats, or if you take somebody else's from last year. We're just here to shout out content creators that we either stumbled upon or are relatively new. Pardon me, which I did it last year, and I think I'll stick with the habit. I'm gonna need 2 lines. I like to do a content creator that I stumbled upon this year and or that's relatively new, and or a content creator that's maybe even been around, but this year I consumed a lot of their content, maybe even the person I consumed the majority of their content, and they deserve the shout out. So give me 2 lines. First, I'm going with actually how do you describe this content? I guess you have to just make it up. For the first one for me is the Men Talk. I don't know if I'm saying their name right. Oops. Let's just double check that, see if that's right. Yeah, Men Talk. They do video game character analysis. Ugh. I guess that's the best way you say it. And yeah, if y'all know me, a lot of content I consume is kind of like analysis on like Content that I used to enjoy and or yeah, for my past I would say like analysis like that, like for shows and for video games. I think last year I recommended channel Jordan Fringe and they do that just with like old cartoons and TV shows. And I still been consuming a lot of their content to this day, so I like the fact that once I find a new content creator that does a lot of content that I like, I can stick with them. But yeah, men talk like you know, name your favorite former video, not former, but old video game character, and they probably have a video breaking down the lore and or some in and out facts that you never know how what their origin of their creation was, um, the story behind their creator, things of that nature. So yeah, I love that type of content, and they do it extremely well. Um, yeah, I just one of my favorite content creators that I stumbled upon this year. And
They do
then
Rayman.
I don't know if they did Rayman yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's on the if it doesn't exist in the near future. How do I do this? I like insert cell, shift down. Oops, oopsie doopsie.
No, you just want to grab one cell. Or yeah, I guess you could do it that way.
There you go.
I should say one.
And then the next one is I don't know if y'all familiar with their brother, but Destiny. For those of you who don't know, how do you describe?
Wow, that's a
Wait,
controversial one.
this isn't the dude I'm thinking of, is it?
That's a controversial one.
Yeah, there are probably people that do know me that do know like more controversial stuff. But if you don't, politics and debate tour online streamer. I guess you can only be a streamer online. Um, yeah, I don't know. I've
Oh, him.
been
I'm thinking
consuming
Sneeko.
a lot of. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh
If you
my
came
god.
out here recommended,
Yeah, that I would generally you can clown me for that.
but yeah, this dude,
Although
he isn't that bad.
not that I haven't consumed some of Sneako's content and have somewhat a level of opinion on it, but Destiny. I don't know why for some reason I don't think it started this year where I just been consuming a lot, but one, a lot of it's humorous. Two, a lot of it does blend to. I think I do give a lot of credit to when a person who is in a space that I generally probably don't have no interest in, like politics, can still put out content that I do find entertaining. I think I give a lot of credit to that. Yeah, I don't know. Even though I believe the focus is more politics, the fact that they cover a lot of drama and get into a lot of drama, I just find it incredibly entertaining. Oh my god, some of them is so like niche. You have to understand the community and like how they uh debate and argue and what thing they get into. Like I could like name some of the controversy or debates they got into or issues they got into this year, but it wouldn't even make sense until you like understand the greater world of it. Um, so yeah, I don't know. It's kind of really hard to describe why I even like it. I just find myself if they drop something that looks entertaining, I'm gonna put it on at 1.5 speed. I'm gonna let it rock. Um, how do you yeah, politics? Politics slash streamer drama. That's the best way I can describe it. But yeah, so them. What about you, Wes?
So I'll do an honorable mention to the podcast writ large. And it's a book podcast, and
Fitting.
it's basically like they talk about the books that the way they word it is the books that changed the world, I think. And it's actually pretty entertaining. And I've
How many books
found
have quote unquote changed the world?
a lot. Um, but I've found that a lot of book podcasts are kind of whack or dull. but this particular one, it's interesting, and they cover a lot of good books, but they also cover books like good classics, but they also cover books that I was not aware of, um, and do a good job of selling them as far as like selling the fact that they changed the world and the story behind them. Um, so yeah, there's a lot of good stuff on the list, and a lot of good breakdowns. And then and I don't remember if there were too many spoilers because I went through almost. Oh no, I went through all the episodes, maybe minus a couple, because I didn't want to get spoiled on anything. But they were all good content. Um, and then I will actually put down another book podcast, which I did consume a lot of this year. Um, and similarly, a good book podcast with good breakdowns, and also a guy who just has a good philosophy on literature, defends the classics, and has a good argument for reading the classics, and and getting a lot out of your reading. He's Oxford educated, but he even took a few years off of reading because his Oxford education made him dislike reading in a way because of the way it was taught. But he defends the art of writing very well, the art of reading and writing and engaging with literature, um, very well. So yeah, uh, that's the Hardcore Literature Podcast.
Dope, dope. And then Ace, your favorite content creator for this year?
All right, so I'm gonna go fresh and fit. No, I'm just joking.
That'd be sick.
No, I'm gonna go. So it's a YouTube commentary channel. The name of the person or the channel is Musings of a Crouton. It's just hilarious to me. Um, and yeah. So it's a commentary channel where the host just talks about random stuff. But she's very, very entertaining and hilarious to me. Some of the topics that she's touched on are like, let me see, old people, old people like making up a lot of the politicians um, in American politics right now, and the fact that they probably are too old to to make legitimate decisions on the behalf of the country. Um, Ranking celebrity blackface, which is another one that was
Jesus.
just over the top but hilarious. There's this naked attraction show in Britain that I think it's on HBO now, which is pretty insane. They just talk about how insane that show is. Yeah, very much just a commentary channel, but it's one of those channels like I come across these sometimes on YouTube where it's like, how is this person not more well known? Because everything is like extremely well produced. They're very comfortable in what they're doing, so it seems like they've been doing it forever. And I think they've been around online for a long time, but um, I don't think the channel is that old. But yeah, they just they do what they do extremely well. So, um, yeah, if you're looking for that like a commentary channel with a humorous bent, I would recommend it. They also, um, a lot of times they'll do like little skits or whatever, um, where they impersonate various people. One they did was Wendy Williams. It was had me dying. So
Jesus.
highly recommend.
Nice. And there you have it. Our favorite content creators of 2023. We'd be super interested and curious to know who y'all's favorite content creators are. And maybe one day we'll be somebody's favorite content creator. But anyway, on a serious note, and last but not least, our newly added category of this year, favorite travel destination. Which I don't know if this really needs two boxes. Maybe it's just one, the location. Anyway, um, yeah, obviously, as we get older, in theory, the goal, not the goal. I don't know. 'Cause that's everyone's goal, but always we've been able to travel a bit more, and even if it's not even, you're getting on a plane and going to a literal different continent. Maybe if you just got to like go to a different city and experience something new or something enjoyable or memorable. Anything and everything could be counted. So, what was your favorite travel destination this year, Ghost? And as I think about that,
Uh, I feel like I'm not qualified to answer this at all. Uh, does the airport preparing to go to Chicago count?
absolutely not. Yeah, I guess we just grade you out, and yeah, you gotta go for 2024.
Yeah,
Um,
well,
for myself, yeah, I guess it would be remiss to not mention what Ghost was just referencing. Um, we were very close to this probably being Chicago. And it's kind of unfortunate that that didn't pan out, but life goes on. Am I right? Salute to Rick Ross. So mine's ended up being, interestingly enough, I went to the DMV area twice this year. So yeah, that would be mine. The DMV. Yeah, DC in particular is just becoming more and more one of my favorite locations. In the states. It's kind of hard to describe. I mean, it has a good amount of black folk. Um, it has that city vibe, but it doesn't feel like a Boston or New York. Obviously, I would recommend. I would be more inclined if someone is looking for, someone's just randomly looking for a place to live. It's definitely a space in which, if you're in the field of like law or even military to a certain extent, you'll feel right in with that in that city. Or if you're just like in entrepreneurs spaces, business spaces, DC is really dope. The only slight, and I know I'm trying to guess up the area. The only slight is I haven't found a super super dope food spot. Like everything I've eaten there has been like regular, like I can get it at home. So I guess that's what's missing. But as I plan to, and sometime it might even be for work, for better or for worse. I plan to be going there more in the future. So yeah, hopefully I'll find it. And it's almost a place might even consider spending some amounts of time there. Yeah, again, I don't know why we have two of these, but I'll just put in the first one. And what about you, Wes? You are muted.
So for me, um, I would say I'll say not just France, but I'll say Brittany. Um, was able to head to the west of France, closer to the coast, west coast, and for my mother-in-law's wedding earlier this year, and it was a cool experience because I've only seen I've only seen
Oops.
the Paris area, Ile-de-France, so far, and it was good to see a little bit more of the country and a little bit more. It's a little bit more rural, but the capital, I guess, the capital city in that area is Rennes. So that was pretty interesting to see how how it differs from Paris. It's a little bit slower, a little, like I said, a little more countryside. But we stayed in the city, and the spot we stayed in was pretty nice. Like I appreciated the feel. It was like everything kind of slowed down from that Parisian lifestyle hustle, which was cool. And you still felt like you're in France. So cool to see a little more of the country.
That's
Dope.
awesome.
And last but not least, Ace, what was your favorite travel destination for the year?
Quest, you're muted.
Damn. The pot calling the kettle off white. Ace, what was your favorite travel destination for the year?
So mine, I'm just gonna go, Florida, the Miami area, but not in the city at all. And it's kind of cheating because I actually didn't get to experience too much of the area that I was in because it was raining. Cats and dogs. It was like an abnormal amount of rain for the time of year. Um, so I didn't get to do as much as I wanted to do. It was more so for the, seeing family down there. We have a good amount of family down there. One of my favorite uncles from my childhood, which we haven't really seen for years. We've seen him off and on throughout the years, but just in passing. So being able to actually spend time down there with him and his family, it was awesome. It was amazing. So that's why it's gonna be Florida for me.
Florida. Florida. You know, they say all the craziest people in the States come from Florida. So you might have caught something. But I digress. And there you have it. Expand out, Ace. Um, yeah, obviously we like coming on here and going through the. Oh, that's a little bit off. You'll fix that. Um, we like coming on here and sharing our favorites, of the respective categories with one another and with everybody. But obviously, at the end of the day, I do feel like this is good just a track for tracking and recording purposes. I think it's super dope when we can look back at the previous years to see what was out, what was our favorites, and just kind of collect that throughout the years. I think this is like super beneficial to have in store. And yeah, I definitely look forward to continuing the trend for years to come. If you guys are, up for it, of course. And yeah, I think it's just crazy when you look at the end of when you look back at the year to see what's dropped, to think back at how it made you, how that particular thing made you feel in the moment, who you enjoyed it with, what it inspired you to do or to look into, how it, if it allowed you to learn more or grow in any type of way. Obviously, that kind of sounds a bit dramatic when we're talking about shows and books and things of that nature. But as we kind of discussed, it seems like some of those things can have that level of impact and where it just does move you in certain ways. And if anything, it's just a good stroll down memory lane. Especially especially when we talk about like places we visited or like I don't know. For me, like when I think about like my favorite movie, Oppenheimer. Obviously, what made that dope is some of the lead up to it and how we all went and saw it with one another. I definitely get a lot of enjoyments when I'm seeing movies with y'all. I would say oppose if I'm watching a movie alone, but that really ever happens. But yeah, good stuff. Um, yeah, I thoroughly enjoy hearing y'all, and like I said, can't wait to see more next year or hear more next year. Here's hoping that next year is just has just as much dope content as this year, if not more. Now I guess we still do have more. We're not done, even though if you look how long we've been on, it's been a while. I will go to this screen and hope it's still. No, I gotta switch this first. Do this, then go here. Nice, and everybody's know where they should be. Okay, so before we wrap up, since we are doing an end of the year podcast, we have to, you know, discuss the year in general. Not in general, just the year as a whole. And I think some of the best ways to go about that is, we already covered like major events that were, outside of us. Like, who cares about so and so that passed away? Although we do have deaths to go over. We actually didn't do that yet. Um, but I think it helps to go about that by talking about our highlights of the year and, for better or for worse, our lowlights of the year. Um, uh, yeah. Sorry, just looking at the list to make sure I'm not forgetting anything. So yeah, we should have did this with the major events. Maybe we'll skip that. Anyway, so yeah, I guess starting off with you, Ace, what would you say are some of your highlights of this year? Some of those memories that you are going to remember forever. Some things that just made you genuinely smile. So on for accomplishments, goals, so on and so forth.
So yeah, things that jump top of my mind. Of course, we just talked about Florida. Seeing the family down there. Not only my uncle, but cousins I haven't seen in years. Like, um, just just a great experience all around for that reason. Another big one. I I well, I guess just in general first, I did have a long stretch or a good stretch of the of the year, starting like early summer throughout the through to late fall, where I did kind of reset on like my work schedule and trying to get a better work life balance. And along with that, I tried to start reaching out to more friends and make connections again, because I've historically have been awful with that. And one friend that I reached out to in particular this summer, I stayed in close touch with throughout this year, and I got to go to his wedding as well. And that was just an amazing experience. I love weddings in general, and for it to be a friend that
Yes.
I've known since elementary school. Even though we've kept in touch off and on, but to see somebody like that, that that closely, get married, is just it's wild. It just puts all the years in perspective. Um, and then yeah, just being in touch with him and his wife throughout the last you know 5 6 months now is just it's been great. So that's definitely a big one. Um, and that might be it. Like again, just in general, peeling back from work a little bit, even though I might be struggling again, but um, getting back into working out and doing some more skating earlier this summer. Like all of that was great. Um, and then low lights. I don't know. It would probably be the fact that I am working a bit more than I should now again, and I need to kind of reassess. But that was partially because of a quote unquote promotion, so it was good and bad with that too. Um, but yeah, either way, overall it was a good year. So.
Awesome. Man, shit, man. That's why we do it. Even though it kind of sucks, kind of going down the bad memory lanes. But I think it important just to get a good grasp on like your view on the year and some of the things that truly stuck out to you. What about you, Wes? You've had a quite a year. I'm super interested to know what you would consider your highlights and lowlights.
Yeah, I'll go in reverse order. Uh, low lights this year contained uh, a pretty low light, but I'm not gonna touch on the details of that.
Oh
I'll just
yeah,
say
yeah. You don't have to get into the
2023
details. You can
contained. No,
stick to
I'm not.
very
But
bare
I
minimum.
think it. Yeah, no, it just bears mentioning that 2023 contained one of the most intense negative experiences uh in my life, or in a long time anyway. Um, but and then I'll just do all my low lights first, and then do the highlights. But another low light is passing away of my grandmother. So rest in peace there. And let's see, I don't think there was too much else. Yeah, not too much else stands out at the moment. Um, and on the other hand, highlights are, yeah, the oh yeah, I have a lot actually. So my mother-in-law's wedding in Brittany, France. That was good. That was fun. A nice experience. Um, Basically all my travel to France. Time spent with my wife. Great times. Jill Scott concert in France. Uh, what else? good friends of ours got married as well in France. It was a
Dang, wedding season.
great experience. Yeah, yeah. They had the traditional wedding there, and then Congolese and Cameroonian, and then we had a follow up for the other ceremony. Um, Also, friends or my wife's friend's sister's birthday uh, in Paris was also a good experience. Just a lot of positive things going out there. Another kind of baby shower type event there. Um, yeah, and I think this year was pretty good for skating as well. I got the hang of some grinds with the box that me and Ace built. Um, and it's been years since I really didn't have grinds that well, and it just kind of clicked. Pretty sure that was early this year,
Yeah, I
late
remember
last
some of
year,
those.
early
I
this
remember
year.
some of that footage and video and pics.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I had a really good time with that, and I felt like a little level up. Even though every year it feels like the skating gets reset. It did feel like a
Facts.
little progress in that dome. Um, yeah, and yeah, turned 30 this year. There's a lot going on. Um, yeah, overall, I think a lot of highlights and more to come, Lord willing.
All praises. Next, how about you go? And I actually do like how you go about it, how you went about it, Wes. I think we should start off with the low lights and then end with the positive highlights. So yeah, what was your low lights and then highlights, Ghost? If you don't
Um,
mind sharing.
I mean, I suppose I don't have anything like super significant. Low lights, I would say work was challenging because a good majority of the year I was in a role that is not technically required of me, and I had to handle that. And it was a semi managerial role, which I despise because I don't want to be responsible for anyone else's work outside of mine. But unfortunately, I take on more responsibility and do a lot of training and deal with some coworkers. One coworker in particular that I think I've briefly mentioned to y'all, but nothing against him personally, but it just was not a pleasant experience working with him. And we'll leave it
Jesus.
at that. And I work at a small company too, so hopefully no one sees this because they probably know
That's
what
why
I'm
we try to
talking
keep it relatively anonymous as possible.
about. But yeah, I mean, there's other stuff that's like that hasn't been great, but no one. I would say no one has any interest in it, but like personal money BS stuff like that. But it's whatever. Everyone happens. Everyone goes through stuff, so could be worse. Positives again, nothing like too crazy. Went to a couple concerts that were dope. Ezra Collective one was probably my favorite of the year. To the tennis one, that was pretty good too.
That was a low experience.
Yeah. Um I I'm I kind of don't want to put this in the positives because it's not official, but I've started y'all are where I started the process of trying to get my PE license, which I've ran into some roadblocks. Not really my fault for once, but just dealing with that. But I started the process at least, and I buckled down to do that. Didn't procrastinate like I could have, so I'm just waiting to get the ball rolling on that. Started a vinyl collection, which
Oh, sick.
isn't really it's not really feasible because I don't think like it's a superior media form or anything, but it's dope to collect something physical, I guess. Um Specifically for music, which I do enjoy. It's just a different alternative to listen to it Spotify and all that. But yeah, I don't think I have anything better than that, which shows how great my year was. But Again,
Nah,
could
you
always be
knock it
worse.
off.
So.
Yeah, there's a million people out there that would kill to have your type of life. Um,
Mhm.
and
Yeah,
go ahead.
real quick. I kind of blew through mine too quick, but I would be remiss not to mention my anniversary. That was also a
Damn, you
great
can't forget that, bro.
Yeah.
I think you
No,
cleaned it up at
it
the end.
was no. It was genuinely a great experience. Um, yeah. We went to Paris and it was excellent. So
Hmm. Yeah, maybe it's just me that I look at like literally waking up with breath in your body as like a tremendous blessing. But like, I almost feel as if like if there isn't even a lot going on, whether it be positive or negative in your year or your day or whatever the case may be, I think even that's a general positive because you know there's so many people out there that be going through it every day, just like Jesus, let me get an end. Not that we have to, not that life is about comparison per se, but you know, I think it does have to have some level of context to the reality of the world. Anyway, for me, for low lights, I believe I have two. Um, as we mentioned before, like when we're talking about traveling stuff, we did have a trip planned to go to Chicago. And although I do have relatively is what it is mentality, and I'm not really too hard pressed on it. Um, Nothing was lost except time. I do feel as if you know it's one of those things. You know, you put some level of like time and effort and putting like you know, and then working with adults, trying to plan, having to plan coordinate is all my years of product engineering should have prepared me for it, but it's just you're just not ready. So yeah, it kind of sucked that that didn't pan out. Um, but obviously, even I don't look at that too low light ish because again, we just kind of saved that for another time. You know, we're not going anywhere. I think we'll have other trips and other activities, and we still got to link up with each other numerous times throughout the year, and I'm generally appreciative for that. So, you know, but the missed trip due to some and the way it happened too. Not to bore you all with the details, but like it was one of those things where we kept getting like teased and like pushed back and like, hey, delay, and then it's up and canceled. Like what?
Uh, the second
So
we
yeah,
got that first delay, had a feeling it was some shenanigans afoot. But
very much so. And the second, which is probably the greater one, that even I kind of, you know, me, I'm again, relatively is what it is, positive mentality. But even I was like, damn it, man. And even though I like to come on here, and not only do I like, I do come on here and be 100% transparent with y'all and everyone. For the sake of like some of the details, I'm not going to specify everything just now, but I will 100% in the future. And even the way I'm describing it may come off as weird, so if I need to go into some details, y'all can ask and I will, of course. The best way to describe one of my lowlights for this year is um I felt less than because of a financial situation I was going through. Um and yeah, all praises it worked itself out, so that's super far past me, but it indirectly slash maybe directly impacted some of my personal relationships at the time. Um, so it was kind of I don't know. It's just kind of weird, and it was around the time where going into the highlights, it was around the time where I literally bought a new. Not, I bought my first crib, which is one of the like you know blessings that I received. It almost feels weird that this is like this year because I feel as if like I've been at this home now for like quite a bit of time. But yeah, it's only been this year's only been like literally like less than 7, no, not 7, 8 months, probably 10 and some more. But anyway, yeah. So while that was a sucky time period, it uh it transitioned right to a tremendous blessing, which I was able to buy home, and I was able to kind of learn the ins and outs of the process. I was working with some relatively competent, you know, people. There was like only one like aspect of it, which is like some of the paperwork you have to complain about paperwork when you're buying a literal entire house. I know I shouldn't, but it was like the way they kind of went about it is kind of annoying. But even though it was annoying, it kind of really gets me, and it really I learned a lot. Like I don't know. And that's although I talked to mad people, I wish I would have got like a better concept of what people's first home buying experience were talking about. Because I feel as if like some of our parents did that process and the Euro step the process we're doing with kids. When I had to spend like numerous hours like at properties, looking at properties that were the most atrocious. Like I don't, it's making me not like going inside other people's houses. So yeah, it was a wild ride, but the outcome of it was I did get something that met vast majority of my requirements, and I feel more geared to if I do go through that process again, and or if I somebody wanted some level of advice. Two, kind of silly, but this year I bought one of the shoes I've been plotting on since I was literally in my early college days. Like y'all may look at that back there in the background and be like, dang, this guy is tweaking. He must spend $1,000 on shoes, thousands of dollars on shoes. And I have, but who cares? But I do, if the shoes like if the pair is expensive, I will be like, all right, let me actually accomplish something before I go out and do this. So, real quick, uh, it's these. I know the camera quality is not going to do it any justice, but these are my Adidas Kith joints. If you know anything about Kith, I guess I'll show them a little longer just so the audience can really get a good picture. If you know anything about Kith, it's not easy to come across. These joints were sold out in a lot of places. I was finally able to secure them, and man, you want to know the? I mean, you everyone knows it's coming already, but you know I know the stupid part. You want to? Have I worn them anywhere?
That's how it is.
No, I haven't.
What did you say they were called?
Those are the Adidas Kith collab. Yeah. I don't know. I don't wear them often. I look at them often, but I just know they're like a trophy up there.
Yeah, I wouldn't wear them if I was looking for the shoes since college. Like,
Yeah, it's been a long time coming.
that's I wouldn't want to mess those up at all.
I'll probably wear them one day when we go out to like somewhere fancy or whatever the case may be. But yeah, it definitely feels good to you. Finally, you're in a good space financially. You banged a lot of other responsibilities. Let me spend a little bread sometimes, even if it's not a little. It's a lot of bread comparatively. Obviously, I'm not eating yet, so. And then last but not least, I'd probably be remiss. I met a super phenomenal homegirl this year, Salute Sardine. That's added some level of value to my life, and yeah, it's been a dope and pleasurable experience getting to know someone like them, and I've learned a lot. And I mean, basically, it just reconfirms everything I already know. I'm already an expert when it comes to women, but that's neither here nor there. But yeah, they were and are definitely a highlight of my year. So yeah,
Hold up. Before we move on, of course, being the first to do this was a disadvantage because I think every one of you reminded me of stuff that I was forgetting. Um,
this is an open. Wes, jump back in. You speak on it.
yeah, me and Wes have the same grandmother, so that was also a low light of my year. And then
Sorry, it's the way you
It's
said
not
it.
funny.
It's not funny.
yeah, it's not funny, but yeah,
Why y'all laughing? I you laugh.
I see why you're laughing. And then yeah, when Wes was talking about like the worst thing that happened in his life, I was like, what is this dude talking about? And I didn't figure it out
Because he
until
wasn't being descriptive.
I know, but
Man,
I should know. I mean, Wes my brother. I should know. But I didn't figure it out until Quest said he bought the house this year. And then I was like, wait,
Yeah,
a bunch of stuff. Oh,
Wait,
yeah.
okay,
wait. Are you
okay.
That
talking
was this
about
year.
No, we're not
Of
gonna go
course.
into it at all.
No, we are. It's family drama.
Yeah,
Oh my
exactly.
god, that was this year?
Yes,
Exactly,
What?
exactly.
it was
That
Oh
all
my
this year.
god. I was
that
thinking it was something else. Jesus
yes,
Christ.
and that was a little light for me
Oh
too.
my
And I do
god.
agree with that being like one of the worst things we've gone through. So
Oh my lord.
yeah, yeah, um, yeah. I thought you were talking about something else, but
Yeah, me too.
um, and then this is gonna be another low light, but Quest talked about waking up and being thankful you got breath in your body. That made me think about going to sleep because
Oh my
the tooth's
gosh.
been
Oh
killing
lord.
me
Oh
from
You
my
shoot.
get that
teeth.
fixed this week?
I tried, but the dentist I called wasn't open, so I got to call him Tuesday.
Damn.
I mean,
But
at the time of
You
recording,
gotta come with some positives at
I
the
wouldn't,
end. Like
I
you
wouldn't
can't
I
just
expect
got
them.
one
retroactively
positive.
and
Ghost
I wouldn't expect.
reminded,
all negative.
which I've already talked about, but Ghost reminded me of that concerts in general. I went to a bunch of concerts this year. I loaded up and yeah, they were all great. Top one though was Holy Fawn, like I said, like damn near life altering experience as far as just seeing how great a live performance can be. So yeah, that was another highlight for
Makes sense. Yeah, I thought that was the only thing I thought you were mismentioning. I thought some other stuff you either maybe don't want to bring it up or because Wes brought it up is like okay, that covered it, but fair enough. Yeah, at the end of the day, we're just gonna. This is like literally like the end of the year, getting it off your heart, getting off your chest. So there's no need to. I mean, be careful what I'm saying. So positive, negative, it's all just part of the process. Definitely transitions well into the next thing, one of the last things. Um, Lessons learned. I know it's uber annoying, but if you went through an entire year without a nice, at least one concise lesson learned, you could argue you didn't do it right. What was the order? It was what's one lesson learned from this year? Could be something super specific, something super general. I'm just curious to know one of the things you gleaned from the year.
All right, so this is a culmination of experiences plus what I've been reading. Um, but and it's gonna sound quite maybe it might sound pretty corny, but this is just the significance of love. Um, and really digging in on a on a on the deepest level that you can for everyone in what that means, what love means, what it is, and the fact that, according to what I believe, is that we're not here without love. And the reason that we are here is because of the love of God for the people that He would create. And so I think just on a deep level, massaged the concept of love through what I've been reading and what I've been experiencing, and the challenge of love, the challenge of forgiveness, and what it means to really incorporate it in your life. What it really means to analyze the verse that says God is love, like what all that is about. And yeah, I think this year has been something that's been developing in my mind, in my life, in a way that has been super, super meaningful and super motivating and just like a force for change and good in my life and how my attitude and everything. So that's my takeaway.
Fair enough. Go talk with yourself. What is a lesson learned for you for this year?
Sleep more. Don't play video games. Sports are rigged. Don't bet. That's all.
You see, even in the like silliness, that's none of that is bad advice or like something that you should that one could should be ashamed of learning. And then how about you, Ace? What's the lessons learned for you from this year?
One of them is a spoiler, so I can't say.
Nice.
Um, for the Three Body Problem series. But I guess I don't know. Mine is gonna be silly because I can't really think about like anything profound like Wes right now.
Yeah, he's gonna out. He's gonna spank us all in that department.
Yeah,
Mine's not either.
yeah, yeah. I'm just gonna say like for me personally, I learned how to motivate. I'm gonna say I learned how to motivate myself to work out, but it's it it's it's more in the system that I've developed as opposed to like getting myself hyped up to do it. This used to be a problem for me where like you know before a workout, if the day ran long or something like that, I'd be like, I don't want to do it because whatever, I don't feel like it. But I don't feel like it. That was the reason. And then even in a workout, sometimes I would just be like, I'm not feeling it right now. I'm not really pushing myself. And then that would discourage me. And I'd be like, well, why am I even doing it if I'm not going to push myself? So, for me personally, like music has been a complete game changer, which might sound ridiculous to people that, have worked out and or exercise and have been listening to music forever with it. But like, um, finding out like just how much that can motivate me before and during the workout. Like now I don't even have to think about should I work out or not. It's not like a thing where I have to, well, the day is running long. It's just I go, I put my music on, and that's enough for me to. All right, I'm in the mode. It's time to go. And while I'm in the middle of a workout, like if I start to let my mind wander or anything like that, I just all I have to do is refocus on the music, and that's enough to like get me to start pushing again. Um, so that's been like the biggest thing, and um, we've already mentioned like you saw it in the you saw the literal metrics in the Spotify rap. The fact that hip hop
Mm-hmm.
was so high or was one of my top genres is like a direct correlation to how much I worked out this year because that's almost purely what I listen to when I work out. So that was my lesson. It's kind of
Nice.
silly, but
No, and absolutely. There's nothing wrong with a lesson being very personal and something that you learned how to improve yourself in an aspect. So that's nothing wrong with that. Honestly, I'm kind of in a similar vein. Kind of not. I've kind of been thinking about the best way to describe this, but it is kind of like if you know me, this is probably the way it makes the most sense. My lessons learned is like, and if I were to kind of articulate it in like a phrase, you gotta pave your life or pave your path the way that you want it to be, no matter what. Um, and what I mean by that is when I look at this year in particular, you could argue, argue. I get different opinions on this sometimes. That I had a relatively dramatic, not unfulfilling. Like it was little to no like stir. Like my emotions never really moved a lot. And I was thinking about like even in the context of you guys, no offense, some of the things that you guys went through or were going through. I'm like, dang, like is something coming to my way eventually? But it's like after kind of thinking about it, I feel as if the reason why I was able to avoid like drama or to avoid a lot of headaches is because I've really delved into the mentality. I'm not directing this at you guys. I'm just directing this. This is how I internally see how my life. The reason why my life has been moving a certain way is because like I really dived into a one. It is what it is mentality, and I'm going to direct my life the way I want to, no matter what. I don't care what anybody has to say about it. I'm. I have my beliefs. I have my goals, my ambitions, and I'm really geared toward that. And obviously, I still want to be of service to everybody, as many people as possible. But if anything tries to like contradict what I got going on, I really just kind of addressed it and like stayed on my path. Um, and I think, well, I've kind of gotten used to that mentality so much, and so that like I don't have any qualms about missing certain events or like just saying no to certain things or just kind of being okay with continuing what I'm working on. Or even like burdening myself with certain things like literal second jobs or things of that nature. Um, I think that because I've been able to kind of stay headstrong in what I'm been working towards, I just like because there have been opportunities. There's been opportunities where like drama is kind of in my direction, and I could potentially feed into it if I interact with it or interact with that particular person. But it's just like I just realized I just looked at you know, one way to also describe this, this is kind of sick. So my apologies. I don't have to apologize because I'm not being specific. I literally made pros and cons of certain things I could have potentially gotten to, and pros and cons lists for little people. Like I written down. Okay, so you know they provide this value, but also they provide this. They if a con they're annoying in this direction. So I literally just wrote that, and if they add more cons, and that's literally what I've done.
Are
So
you
I
gonna
say
send this list to anyone that is on it, particularly me? Because I'm very curious to see what I'm listed under.
no, obviously it's not applicable for y'all. For
That's
better or for
wild.
worse, y'all are kind of
Why would you
stuck.
think that?
No,
That's
absolutely not.
wild.
You say
But
that. There's probably something floating around somewhere.
no, it's not applicable to you. But y'all, I get this. I can definitely show the pros and cons I made about specific people one day if y'all want. Um, but yeah, again, it's kind of ramblish, and again, not to lose track of what I'm trying to illustrate. And I don't know if it will work for everybody because we all live completely different lives, and you know, the way I look at my life is also completely, you know, I don't want to get into like, my mentality, my main character syndrome that pops up sometimes. The moral of the story is if you have beliefs or if you have a path that you want to walk, don't be ashamed of sticking on that path. And if someone's trying to pull you off of it, you shove them off, or you stiff arm them, and you keep going about your day. Yes. Um. But yeah.
Oh, second that. That was like my B answer, but yeah, definitely going after what you know to be good for you and your path forward and what you think is aligned with, what God has planned for you or however you view it. You got to go for it. Especially, and I don't want to go too far, but especially if like for me, I know I have had a good life. I've had a good life
Oh,
and
praises.
with yeah, exactly, with minimal let's say not like minimal real hardship and challenge, but there's things that I want and there's things that I know I have the potential to do that are a little bit risky, but you got to make that risk assessment, and if you decide that that's what you're going to do, go for it. Like go for it and figure it out and pray if you need support, but and lean on the people that you know you can trust, but go for it. You got to go for it. Like it will be worth it. Oh, yeah, it will be worth it.
Absolutely. And last but not least, I know we're all getting tired of talking. This is last but not least. Don't worry. Goals for the next upcoming year. Well, I think I can speak for y'all or speak for everyone here. We're not New Year's resolution types. That's some BS. But I do think it's relatively common and beneficial to have some set of things or a thing that you plan to do within the next time period, a year, a month, a day, whatever the case may be. Having goals gives you direction. Direction gives you purpose. Purpose literally is gives you a reason to wake up every day, so on and so forth. Um, and I'll kick it off this time. Something that I've been speaking about, you know, for a while, so some of these will come to a surprise. Some of these are cliche, unfortunately. But you know, even though I just bought my first property this year, Lord's willing, uh, even if I don't fully buy a new property, I do want to start that. I do want to start that process or see what that process will look like to owning multiple properties, for the purpose of investment and rental properties and things of that nature. Um, Obviously, I'm in a position where I'm saving a good amount, so I think I will, have at least the initial resources and capital to do something like that. But you know, I'm sure it's going to come with its own challenges, and I like a good challenge, so that's one of my goals. Also, travel, it's the most cliche, everyone has it, but I do have some specific travel plans in the upcoming year, and it is my bucket list goals to travel to every major city in the states. So I guess when I'm going
Is
to be
that
39.
is that a new? Sorry, just is that a new goal?
I think I feel as if I expressed it before, but it's a relatively new goal. I have it since I was like a kid. This is something I
Okay, yeah, because I
came
don't
like
remember.
maybe even this year, maybe like this year, next and last
Yeah, yeah, that would
previous
make
year.
sense. Okay, nice. That's dope. Go ahead.
So,
Sorry.
so yeah, travel and obviously the most cliche of them all, continue to grow the podcast. I tried a couple different things this year. I feel as if they you know, it went relatively well. Like having other people on and and streaming and things of that nature. So yeah, um, you know, I always say and I always will continue to say, if we never grow to the point where there's like a bunch of people listening or like a couple of people that we literally know are listening, I don't really care about that. I generally enjoy hearing y'all's thoughts and dissecting certain conversations, even though some of them lead to the most mind baffling back and forth and disagreements and arguing that I can imagine. I do enjoy it. I enjoy podcasts. So it only makes sense that I would want to be a part of one or a part of podcasting. So yeah, it's a growth podcast. I feel if I had one more niche thing that I wanted to come on here and give it a little razzle dazzle, but that's all I jotted down more properties, traveling, and growing the podcast. Um, yeah, stay tuned. I'm pretty sure there'll be some things that I'll keep. I want to always be transparent. So if there is stuff happening in my life, I'm gonna come on here and relay it. I guess going back in reverse. Ace, what's some of your goals for next year?
Um, so like I said, this is my main one, and it's something that I always go back and forth on. But it's again trying to establish and maintain a good work-life balance. Um,
Super important.
yeah, that's important. It's pretty. I mean, it's just like it sounds. I work a bit too much, and I did a good job this summer. I think was probably when I had it the best. But it's very easy for me to um slip back into overworking, partially because um I do work from home, which I mean it sounds great, but it's very easy to just like get up, work to basically end in the day and going
And
to
not know when to clock out.
yeah, yeah. Um, so yeah, that's the biggest one. Just reestablishing that, and then what else? I don't know. The rest are not that big of a deal. Kind of silly. Like One Piece has made me want to get back into anime in general. So now there's like a bunch of anime or yeah, anime series, manga series that I
I
want to
definitely
start.
I definitely have a few recommendations.
Gotcha. Yeah, hit me up. Um, what else? Yeah, that's probably gonna get. I guess maybe another one would be I didn't take a lot of time off. This kind of plays into the work life balance thing, but I didn't take as much time off as I should have last year, and I think I definitely want it. Or I definitely plan to do that this year. Like take an appropriate amount, and take the opportunity to like again visit Florida again. You know, visit other places. Um, and probably just take some time for myself in general because I do like staycations as well, just being home, not having to do anything in particular, like just being able to set my day with whatever goals I have outside of work, and really be able to make progress on things that I don't generally have time to focus on. So um yeah, that's definitely a big one.
Fair enough. Salute to you. I think I do have one other thing I want to say, but I'll get to that in a sec. What about you, Ghost? What are some goals that you have for that coming year?
Um, I don't know. I mean, I have smaller ones, just like entertainment ones, but honestly, the main basic thing that I think will have the most effect on my life is going to bed at the correct time and waking up at the correct time. And I think that literally will solve 90% of the issues that I have. Like making, uh, cooking more, working out more, getting out of work on at decent times. Or like, I think that would solve like 9%, just going to bed and waking up on time. So that,
It's a big
I
one.
may
That's a
have
big one.
I may have a tip for you, but depends on what the reason is. But we won't get into that now.
why not? Is it a
Oh,
quick tip?
okay. What? I mean, could be. What would you say the reason is for your staying up and
Oh, I
waking up?
mean, generally it's either I'm either up watching NBA or I'm up reading.
Those
That
West Coast
is
NBA
nine,
games, you'll be going late.
dog. It's a struggle, but those are the main reasons. And then every once in a while, when I do have a reasonable time, I go to sleep. I'm up on my phone reading or whatever, and it just bleeds into, oh, it's 10,
Okay.
actually 12, and all that.
Sure. No, so I was basically asking if it's a problem that you can't fall asleep, or is that you distract yourself and you stay up? Because I think if you distract yourself and you stay up, I mean, you can fix that one. That's not that hard.
In
But if your
theory,
body is like resisting the sleep, a good tip is to wake up, or if you're up around sunrise or depending on time of year or whatever, make sure that within the first hour of sunrise, you actually go outside or open a window completely, like not view the sun through a window or a screen, but to actually look at the sun. Um, and it actually helps with your circadian rhythm. It's one of the only ways that we can interact with our circadian rhythm is sunlight. And in the particular morning hours, it's a particular wavelength, particular angle of
so
sunlight.
you're
Sunlight.
saying if I'm having trouble setting my circuit, like I'm
Yeah,
going through.
yeah.
Oh,
Right. So sleeping, well, well, yeah, it'll wake you up. It'll charge you in the morning. But then in in the night, if you have trouble sleeping, then it's a light thing too, where viewing a sunset can help, but of course when it's super early, it's not
okay.
necessarily gonna work. But also keeping your lights obviously low at night. And then switching over to either red light or just trying to do blue blocking. That's when it actually does something. Um,
Interesting.
but yeah, mostly that morning light is super effective at getting you back on track,
I
so
will
that you're actually
definitely try that, but my problem is honestly when I do go to sleep on time, I wake up in the middle of the night and I'm very difficult falling back asleep.
yeah.
So it's
It could help with
before
that
the
too.
sun comes out, but I'll try it, sure.
I mean, yeah, it could help with that too because once you get your circadian rhythm better, your sleep cycle also improves. And sometimes waking up in the middle of the night is fine. Technically, that is normal human behavior. It's just the going back to sleep part that's supposed to be easy. But yeah, if it could help. I mean, it's just something that
Yeah, I
might help
guess
you out.
in that vein, I do have one suggestion too, because I have the same problem. I discovered that when I started to work out consistently,
Yeah,
um,
Oh yeah,
that's
that too.
fun. Yeah.
even when I woke up in the middle of the night, I would fall right back asleep once I started
Yeah,
working out. So it's
that's
like it is gonna be a transition period where like probably the first couple of weeks it's a struggle to maintain the new schedule or whatever, but that's like the hump. Once you get over it, like, Lord willing, you'll be good.
Yeah, and the last thing would be meals. I forgot about that too. You shouldn't really be eating 3 hours before you sleep.
I thought it
It
was two. I thought it
interrupts
was
your
two
circadian
hours.
rhythm as well. Oh yeah, I mean if you want to be conservative, but yeah, 2 hours is not it's not bad either. But yeah, that also because your digestion period affects the depth of your sleep. So
Well,
all good
so yeah.
tips.
I didn't think we'd get. I mean, we are an advice
Mhm.
podcast, but I didn't think we'd get a sleep uh, breakdown on the end of the podcast. Um, Fair enough. What was that off the back of goals? Okay, so yeah, improve your sleep, which you have some stress. Um, what about you, Wes? What are some goals you have for the upcoming year?
Um. So yeah, without getting into too personal, too things that are too personal. I do want to. I did. In the past few months, I've been really contemplating marketable skills that I have, and I want to make sure um that I upskill. I want to upskill. I want to get into some stuff. I started doing some programming, just hone some skills that I think are useful to making money, but also to just exercising um, the skills that I do have, the opportunities that I do have, with all of the resources that are out there, the online courses and things like that that are basically free. So I want to do some of that, continue with that. I have some musical goals, and I'm gonna put this on wax. I want to produce some type of musical project for 2024, and you all can hold me to that. That I have to have something that
We
I
will.
release
We
at
will.
least to y'all.
We
Like
will.
y'all will hear something
We better.
2024. So there's that. I also want to play music with people, other people, in a, some type of setting, whether it's a gig, whether it's just practice sessions, something. I haven't done it in a long time. Um, and yeah, I want to get better at keeping in touch with friends and family. I want to be more routine about that, or more regular, I should say. Um, I want to maintain and keep updating a commonplace book, basically a book of quotes and thoughts on my reading. Um, and then yeah, I don't think I have. Yeah, I don't have too much more. I just want to make some actionable the things that I say. I want to make them actionable, and I think those are pretty actionable. So so yeah.
Fair enough. Um, so yeah, that is all our goals. Y'all went on a sleeping tangent. I was like, did I say mines? But yeah, obviously, property, um, travel, and so on and so forth. Um, so yeah, I won't recap everything that we've been as we conclude this podcast, everything that we talked about, because at this point, even I'm kind of getting a bit of a headache. But it's fine. Let's what comes with the content game. But I guess super briefly, um, you know, major events happened throughout the year, going down a trip down memory lane, our favorites of multiple categories, and then just kind of concluding with some of our views and thoughts and highlights and lowlights of the year. All culminate into our end of the year review of the year podcast, which I hope so somebody would find some level of interest in, and you guys I don't mind digging through. And I guess before we leave, I don't even know if I should mention this now because I kind of there's a part of it that I have to say. I think it should be said off the air, but I'll just say for all y'all hard work, uh, some end of the year bonuses is getting given out.
I was
Oh,
so
you're
confused when
stupid.
I got that notification. I was like, "What in the world?"
So yeah, just thank you, and also I mean that as you guys do uh us a lot of work that a lot of people would be like, nah, hell no, I'm not doing this, especially if there's no like incentive, whether it be like thumbnails, making sure if I miss something it's taken care of, and taking care of like the producing in the background. I'm super grateful for you guys, and this might be sound manipulative, but think of it as also if we improve next year, maybe get a couple more subscribers and listeners. Next year it'll be even more.
Uh-uh.
But obviously, we're here to just have a good time and be a couple stoners just talking what we have, what talking on what's on our minds. So no pressure in any regard. Now that being said, the last time for the year, and the last time for a couple. No spoiler. I think because we did like 4 back to back, because we do all the end of the year stuff in your break. For the last time for this year, man, it's been a hell of a year. So much has happened, and everything feels like it happened a long time ago. Thank you guys for coming on here and doing this podcast thing. I greatly appreciate it. Here's hoping that we can continue the path and the trend next year. I'm great. I'm super grateful to y'all, and we are super grateful to any and all listeners. I mean, for better or for worse, even if it's literally just the people that know us and would actually care. We have people that tuned in and have given feedback, commented, things of that nature. So we're not just talking to ourselves anymore. We hope that y'all and any of the potential new listeners may be getting a new perspective. Maybe not necessarily on this podcast, but on the dozens of podcasts we did throughout the year. Or you might have learned something new. Like go defer to the Excel spreadsheet for new stuff. Or we just hope that you found this entertaining. But if none of that happened to you, then all we have to say to you, I should make us all say it at the end of this, since it's the last one of the year, but it's fine. I'm tired. Is be warmed and be filled. Good night. Stop recording. That's the first thing I do. Yes. Wait, what? I feel as if that recording thing might have got bugged. I'm gonna just hope for the best there.
Better not be, boy. That was literally the longest episode we've ever.
No, that's not
Yes,
true.
5 hours. That was
It's
5 hours.
It's only been 4 hours and 39 minutes, but who's counting?